and eventually convents beginning in Germany and eventually in Holland, Rome, Italy, and the Netherlands all had these castles full of women biting each other. It became such a problem that the Catholic Church began to send out bishops and priests to pray for the convents to get them to stop, and when that didn't work, they began holding exorcisms to get the women to stop biting each other. When that didn't work, they did the thing that the village from the Meowing nuns did, where they got a military to come and threaten to whip the nuns, only this time they didn't threaten, they straight up started flogging nuns, and that got everyone to stop. This one to me is more impressive than other cases similar to it, because this wasn't just people doing something as a troll or as a joke. They were performing exorcisms and physically being beat, and they would not quit biting each other. And also, to the credit of the soldiers who beat them, as well as the priests and bishops and all that, I couldn't find any records if this was like a playful bite, like a non-painful thing, or if they were like beginning to rip skin out of random people, because if it was the latter, I also would have held an exorcism. We are now on to Tier 3. The Blackburn faintings occurred in the UK in 1965 when a group of school children were outside waiting for Princess Margaret to show up. Specifically, they were waiting by the Blackburn Cathedral in the middle of the hot sun. After a delayed arrival, which took several hours, several of the children, 140 in fact, passed out due to heat exhaustion. Now, that's all well and good and understandable. However, what's odd is the next day at school, when in perfectly normal conditions, 98 other children passed out as well. And then the next day more did, and the next day more, and eventually by the end of the week, over 300 children who attended the school near Blackburn Cathedral all fainted due to hearing stories of the children who originally fainted. There was no reason given to the faintings after that of the heat exhaustion, and it's believed another psychosomatic disease simply caused these kids to pass out after hearing that their classmates had also passed out. So Irish fright takes a little bit of history to explain. So James II was the King of England in the 1680s. He was generally despised by Protestant England, who felt that he was too violent and willing to kill the people at any time. However, James's daughter Mary was a Protestant herself and was in fact married to a man known as William of Orange, and it was believed that if the country could just wait on him to die, whenever Mary comes to power, everything will be okay. However, tensions were exacerbated whenever James had a son, meaning that there was another heir to the throne he could raise. People began to panic. In the midst of the panic, James, who was trying to maintain his empire, had several Irish soldiers come to the country to maintain order. Legends of these soldiers and their brutality in combat ran throughout Protestant England, and people became increasingly afraid of their presence. On December 9th of 1688, James lost a battle with the Irish army and decided to flee the country, while at the same time releasing the army from their conscript. In other words, on December 9th, James and the Irish army left the country. However, while word got around that James had left, a lot of people in England at the time did not know that the Irish army left as well. And with all of the stories of the soldiers' brutality running rampant, many feared that the Irish would strike back and destroy the people as revenge for James leaving. And on December 13th, the true effects of what's known as the Irish Fright began. Reports began to run through the countryside that the Irish, who mind you were no longer in the country, had been burning villages, destroying churches, and slaughtering people in mass. The villages began to panic and erect fortifications, as well as arm themselves and wait at the walls of their town for the Irish to come invade. No one really knows where the reports came after this. A lot of people think that maybe it was pro-Mary and William propagandists who started it. But stories started coming in saying that the Irish were burning down London, and they were massacring children, and that they were vampires and all other means of evil you could imagine. It got so convoluted at one point that Town A would get a message that Town B had been totally destroyed and the Irish are on their way, while at the same time, Town B would get a message that Town A had been destroyed and the Irish were on the way. This went on for several weeks, with patrols leaving the towns to be on the lookout for whenever the Irish invade, which led to several awkward interactions where two patrols from different towns would run into each other and be like, oh, I thought the Irish got you. And they'd say, no, I thought they got you. And they'd go, man, these guys are so good, we got us and we didn't even know we've been got. Thankfully, there was no stories, at least to my knowledge, of this leading to any massacres or people freaking out and killing other people or whatever. And Mary and William took the throne, and this entire thing is known in history as the Glorious Revolution. So it went surprisingly well for a bunch of scared British people pointing guns at each other. The 2008 Congo football riots. And I emphasize again, like I said at the beginning, I'm not saying this to disrespect anyone's religion or belief. This is the funniest thing I've read in a long time. On September the 14th, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there was a soccer game to us Americans, but a football game being played between two of the local teams. Near the end of the game, the goalkeeper on the losing team was accused of casting a spell in order to win the game, and they said that that was a penalty and should get him ejected. This quickly turned into a large riot, which whenever police showed up to try to contain the situation, the entire audience began pelting them with stones. The police did not like this and fired tear gas into the crowd, which caused a mass stampede and then several riots within the city over the next several days. Now, I understand this is kind of breaking my rule that I set up at the beginning, that I didn't want to talk about the ones that were just people overreacting to like a single event or a single set of panic. But the reason I want to mention it is supposedly this was a recorded event, which means somewhere out there is a video of a goalkeeper casting a spell on the field and the audience losing their minds because that should be a penalty, followed by everyone pulling out stones that they brought to a soccer game and attacking the police. So I'm putting out a bounty of $500 for anyone who can find me a clip of the goalkeeper casting a spell. And I know I'm not saying this to be offensive at all. I understand I'm not disrespecting anyone's beliefs or anything like that. However, considering it was in the middle of a soccer game and this wasn't like in a church or with sacraments or whatever have you, it was a goalie standing on a soccer field. I just need to know what that looks like. The Mount Pleasant, Mississippi mass drug use, that's a sentence, happened in 1976 at Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, when 15 students passed out in the middle of the school day. The police who showed up assumed that it's because they had all been using drugs and trading them with each other. However, after investigation, all of the students passed clean on their checks and there were no drugs found in the school. The symptoms of this were rather severe, with several of the 15 students convulsing and throwing up violently over the next several days. These extreme symptoms and no evidence led several parents to think that perhaps whatever drugs were being used were in the air or untraceable, or even some saying that there was a hex going around at the school, which in the coming week made 300 of the 900 student population stay home for fear of whatever was going on. However, to this day, despite the extreme lengths of the symptoms, nothing was ever found, and it seems to be a case of mass delusion. 2007 Boston Moon Night Panic. Like the Congo one, this is technically cheating because it's panic over an event and not like shared delusion or whatever, but I don't care, it's too funny not to mention. On January the 31st of 2007, several LED placards were set up around Boston to promote the new Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. However, when the Boston police saw these, they assumed that they were IEDs. They shut down roadways, called in bomb squads, had helicopters everywhere, EMT teams, the whole 9 yards. After retrieving one of the IEDs and trying to analyze what the weird symbol on it was, it took hours until a young staffer who was working at the mayor's office saw a picture and said, "Oh, that's the Aqua Teen Hunger Force guy." The sheer absurdity and the reason I'm including it as mass hysteria is because of the extreme lengths of stupidity the Boston Police Department went to maintain their dignity in this scenario. If a police department was like, oh, we were dumb, my bad, guys, I wouldn't think anything of it. But listen to this. During this whole hoopla, they arrested two men who were installing one of the placards. And whenever the men told them, I work for Cartoon Network, this is just an advertising campaign, the police said that they were looking into their alibi. In their official press report, after Cartoon Network had said this was just an advertisement, our bad to the police, in the press report, the police said that they were investigating this because it had circuits, lights, and wires, quote, like a bomb. You know what else has circuits, lights, and wires? A light. They then spent the entire press conference talking about how they'll get to the bottom of whatever intent was given to these devices placed around the city, and that they still believed it could be a IED because it was placed in, quote, high traffic areas. You know what else goes in high traffic areas? Advertisements. They concluded by saying, we are looking into if this is either a hoax or something else entirely. And then, to this day, they don't refer to it as a bomb scare. They refer to it as a bomb hoax, implying that Cartoon Network tried to threaten the city of Boston. The most frustrating part about it is the police and Homeland Security made Cartoon Network pay out $2 million for damages, or in other words, making them look like an idiot on television. So while not along my definition of mass hysteria as being an unexplainable circumstance in human history, this was too hilarious not to mention, so you're welcome. The face scratcher hysteria happened in northern India in 2002. Several people in villages within North India said that at night a small glowing unidentifiable creature would fly at them before scratching up their face and leaving. Specifically, they said that this creature emanated a red and blue glowing light and moved too fast to get a good view of. People in the village said that up to 7 deaths were caused by this face-scratching creature. The local police who investigated said that they were investigating if it was a, quote, insect that was put together by the government in order to attack and terrorize small villagers. The only official death that occurred during any of this was when a mob of people began attacking a police station, saying that the government was building the face scratchers, to which whenever they broke in the front door of the police station, a police officer fired and killed one of the protesters. And there was reportedly 3 deaths caused by people falling from buildings in the middle of all this panic. I don't know what's happening, since this is the second time that 3 people have died in India from falling off of a building due to a hysteria caused by an impossibly small creature attacking humans that was also blamed on the government and police. There's probably something there, I'm just not getting it right now. And similar to the Monkey Man of Delhi that I mentioned earlier, vigilante groups got together and began patrolling the streets trying to kill the face scratcher. Although, as you can imagine, nothing was ever found, and it's chalked up to just be a huge misunderstanding. We are now on to Tier 4, and I promise you they just keep getting weirder. Puppy pregnancy syndrome, is a delusion that is most often seen in villages around northern India. However, other cases similar to it, if you could call it that, have been reported in some areas of the United States and Europe as well. Pretty much any region that has a lot of traditional folklore and not a lot of modern education or understanding of anatomy. It is the belief that after someone has been bit by a dog, that they are now pregnant with puppies. And while you may be thinking, is this just like a couple absolutely out of their mind people who say this every year? It has been known to affect tens of thousands of people across small villages in the world. These people report that they can see the puppies moving inside of them and can hear them barking. And if you're thinking, is this just women that feel that way? No, men too. And as a matter of fact, it's believed by several of these small villages that it is okay if a woman gets it, but if a man gets it, he will die because he cannot survive the birthing process. The reason I mention it in India specifically is because several of these villages have herbal healers who will give people concoctions of herbs and other things that they say will dissolve the puppies and not, kill them during the process. However, this has historically proven to be incredibly dangerous because the majority of people who are bit by dogs are bit by stray dogs that often have rabies. And many of these healers tell patients that if they accept modern medicine, it will counteract the herbal medicine that got rid of the puppies in them. So hundreds of people have died due to rabies because they will not take modern medicine because they are afraid it will counteract the puppies inside of them, and that's where the danger of puppy pregnancy syndrome comes from. And I want to emphasize again, this is an incredibly small decimal of a percentage of one of the largest countries in the world. However, it is enough of a problem that doctors within India are trying to get education centers and better information out to these groups of people, because every year hundreds of people die literally due to ignorance. Well, literally to the rabies, but it's the ignorance that makes it fatal. The Liverpool leprechauns began on June the 30th of 1964 in Liverpool. It started when a young boy ran through the streets saying that he had spotted a leprechaun. Over the next several days, other boys said that they had also spotted leprechaun, and this caused several adults to get in on the craze. On the 1st of July, there were such large crowds around the parks in Liverpool that the police had to show up and disperse them as they were way over capacity, and kids were destroying bushes and flowers trying to find the leprechauns. And throughout the streets of Liverpool, first aid stations had to be built due to all of the children who were tumbling down hills and hurting themselves trying to look for these leprechauns. It is believed that thousands of people, children and adults alike, were all on the leprechaun hunt for at least a week in Liverpool before the craze spread to other nearby cities, and there were stories of children running amok in churches trying to find leprechauns hidden in the garden outside, or refusing to come to school because they were out on a leprechaun hunt. One man by the name of Brian Jones claimed forward, saying that one day he was out gardening in a green outfit and he was pretty short, and a kid said, "Hey, look, a leprechaun." So he yelled some gibberish at him and started dancing and ran away, and he thinks that's what caused everything. But it's nice to think that all of Liverpool was on a leprechaun hunt for a week, and to my knowledge no one died, which for my videos is a pretty good start. The Tanganyika laughter epidemic started on January the 30th of 1962. In an all-girls school in the country that is now Tanzania, 3 girls began laughing uncontrollably for seemingly no reason. Within minutes, this laughter spread to 95 girls in the school. All of the girls were 12 to 18 years old, with some of these laughing fits only lasting a few hours, and some lasting up to 16 days. The school was shut down because it wasn't known if some disease or mania was going throughout the students, and then when it was reopened on March the 18th, the laughter started over again. This time it seems to have jumped to another school where 217 girls there also reported laughing fits. I should also mention these laughing fits that went on for days were not a laughing matter, haha, to any of the girls experiencing them. As a matter of fact, several of the girls were crying and screaming and seemed to be in a lot of pain as they could not stop. The hysteria continued to jump from school to school until by the end, 14 schools were affected, with over 1,000 girls experiencing uncontrollable and painful fits of laughter. To this day, no explanation is given, and it's just known as one of the most famous cases of mass hysteria. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon happened in Mattoon, Illinois during World War II in 1944. It started when a few people within the town said that they would wake up to a foul odor and being unable to move their legs. This coincided with sightings people had of a tall man suspiciously standing outside of their home, with some saying that he held a flit gun, which is that thing from Looney Tunes cartoons that they would like use to pump smoke or whatever. The symptoms upgraded from just paralysis of the legs to nausea, vomiting, and coughing fits. Over 24 people reported seeing a man outside of their house immediately before experiencing these weird symptoms, with a couple cases even saying that they saw a blue vapor, and one person saying that they got a good look at the man and it was actually a woman dressed as a man. As I mentioned earlier, this took place during World War II, and the historical belief is that everyone was just so paranoid from whatever was going to happen in the war that they just imagined a man coming to their house and trying to poison them, and a lot of people imagined it over the course of several weeks, and they just collectively made it up. The daycare child abuse hysteria was pretty widespread. However, I'm going to focus on what's most likely the most popular case of it. This case began in 1983 at the McMartin Preschool at Manhattan Beach, California. It began when a mother of one of the students at the preschool accused one of the workers of touching her child. Now, what you need to know about this mother is she had had a very long history of falsely accusing other people of doing impossible tasks. And in the same breath that she said this man touched her child, she also said that he would abuse animals and could fly. The police, considering her history of false accusations, were skeptical of her. However, not understanding how this could go wrong, asked the parents to simply ask their children if they thought anything was weird or anything weird had happened. To which all of the preschoolers began to give exceedingly absurd accounts of what happened. It is thought that the stories that I'm about to say were mostly done at the hand of bad social workers who would lead the children into more and more extravagant stories because I guess that's a win in their book. Again, at the suggestion of social workers, the children said that they participated in satanic rituals, the murdering and drinking of babies' blood, that they witnessed witches fly around on broomsticks and cast spells, that they were led into tunnels underneath the school that were non-existent, where mole people lived, and they were also taken up into hot air balloons above LA, and through the course of all of this, they were repeatedly abused. Now, while that may sound like weird for a kid to say, the way that information was actually obtained was a guy sat there and was like, were you abused by the workers at the preschool? And the kid would go, yeah. And he'd go, okay, where? And the kid would go, a hot air balloon? Hot air balloon. With one kid even saying that he was abused by none other than Chuck Norris. This was during the real height of the whole satanic panic thing, and kids were hearing all these stories from parents about how awful witchcraft was and child murder and horror movies and stuff like that. So whenever they were asked by their parents if they knew about these things, and they answered yes, you can see where this went. Several of the children even held a story that at the end of every school day, they were all, quote, flushed down the toilets before they would be cleaned up and then presented to their parents. So, logically, we can all chalk this up as one woman told the dumb lie, and now everyone at this school is suffering the consequences because people don't understand how childs work. Well, that would be the case if it wasn't for LA District Attorney Ira Reiner, who was up for re-election, and again, this was at the height of the Satanic Panic, and at this time throughout the country there were other cases of child abuse coming out. So in order to try to get re-elected, she charged the workers of the preschool with 208 counts of child molestation, to which in court the majority of the readings of the cases were absurd things like this child said that he drank baby blood in a hot air balloon, and a jury for some reason had to debate that. The trial lasted 3 years, which again due to the absurdity and length of the accusations, and is still in American history as the most expensive and long-running trial throughout the entire nation's run, and it ended thankfully with 0 convictions and all workers being acquitted. While this is the most popular story, there were several other cases throughout the country where a similar thing happened, in which authorities simply took the advice of the children and other ridiculous things ensued. So I'm going to pin the mass hysteria of this one on the parents and not the children, because the children are children and the parents should know better. Dot syndrome is something known as a culture-bound syndrome. In other words, there are some illnesses or psychosomatic illnesses where a person thinks they're sick but they're actually not, that are only observed in certain cultures around the world. Dot syndrome specifically only being found in South Asia. See, it's a belief within some religious practices in South Asia that you have a series of vital fluids throughout your body, and if you lose any of them, you'll become weaker and could possibly die. One of those vital fluids in men is the fluid that is exclusive to men, if you catch my drift. And to quit cutting corners, Dot syndrome is the belief that semen is escaping within one's urine. Now, this is completely untrue in every case it's reported. There is no disease that causes you to do that, at least not all the time. However, because in South Asia it is viewed as being important, again in some beliefs, to maintain that fluid in your body, that is the only place in the world where people develop the idea that they are losing it for some reason. It's an interesting phenomenon because it gives us such a clear line to trace back to where it comes from, because in that we can see, okay, they care about this thing, which is why it's the only region in the world where this psychosomatic illness pops up at. But if it's so easy to trace the line on that, it implies that other cases of hysteria could have an equally reasonable option for what led them there. And Dot syndrome is seen by many researchers as the framework to truly understanding hysteria and shared delusion. We are now down to the 5th tier, or second to last, on this iceberg. The Hollandwell incident occurred in England's East Midlands in July of 1986. During this time, about 500 children from local schools were there for a band competition. It wasn't particularly hot or anything else that may obviously lead to exhaustion, but for whatever reason, 300 people spontaneously fainted. Upon waking up, which for some of them took several hours, several reported having a sore throat and burning eyes. This also wasn't exclusive to the children, as several of the adults nearby also passed out and experienced these symptoms. It was such a head-scratcher at the time that 2 of the lead theories were perhaps a new radio tower nearby caused radio waves to do this to all of these people, or that it was a government silent weapons testing to see if they could spontaneously knock out an entire crowd of people. Either way, the Hollandwell incident is a weird moment in recent history because a bunch of people just passed out and then felt bad, and that was it, and no explanation was ever given. Coro is a culture-bound syndrome, like I mentioned earlier with Dot syndrome. However, this one is a bit more hilarious. So Coro is the name given to vanishing genitalia syndrome and is exclusively seen in males. It is the belief that one's is continuously shrinking and they are powerless to stop it. And this isn't just like a guy thinking that it happened a little bit. This is people who continuously experience this, suffer panic attacks, and regularly make trips to the doctor because they feel like they can't stop whatever's happening. Also, while reading about treatment for it, the primary treatment is a discussion on anatomy with the patient. And the reason this is so funny to me isn't just, haha, man, dumb, think, stupid, whatever. It's because, remember how I said culture-bound syndrome is specifically when one's belief inflicts a paranoid delusion in what they think's happening to their body? Well, this is believed to be the same thing, but it's seen everywhere around the world because in some way, every single culture holds that aspect of the body in high regard. So because of it, everyone experiences the same symptom of thinking that's happening to them, even though it's for completely different reasons, with men in the United States thinking it has something to do with masculinity, people in East Asia thinking it has something to do with religion or stature within one's family, etc. In other words, no matter where you are in the world, it is ingrained in the human psyche enough that everyone thinks it's important, and therefore Koro is seen across the entire Earth's population. I should also mention that Koro means tortoise head, which, yeah, Kateri Malaysia 2019 Screaming Schoolgirls pretty much sums it up. But in 2019 in Malaysia at an all-girls school, one girl said that she felt a sharp pain on her shoulder before she spun around and passed out. While passed out, she said she saw several visions around her of these horrifying locations and, quote, the most terrifying face I've ever seen. She came out of this delirium screaming, to which several other girls in the school also started screaming, although none of them later reported seeing the same vision. This carried throughout the entire school until nearly the entire school's population could not quit screaming. And even after all threat was subsided and they were talking, could not physically quit the convulsions they were having. And while not all of them saw that exact vision, 39 other girls reported seeing other visions of creepy things happening around them. Several religious experts were called in to pray over the girls, and bystanders said that they saw girls kicking and screaming who had to be dragged out of classrooms to keep them from hurting themselves and others. This continued for several hours until exorcists were brought in, who said that the old trees around the school housed evil spirits, and so the trees were cut down. And after several days of prayers and exorcism, all the girls seemingly returned to normal. I mean, most of them were still horribly traumatized with everything that happened, but they quit screaming. The Louisiana twitching epidemic happened at Bellevue, Louisiana in 1939. It began when, during a homecoming dance, one girl who was not dancing began experiencing a twitching sensation in her right leg. It was very painful and constant, to which she eventually went to the hospital. The next day, 6 other girls experienced the same twitching sensation in their right leg, to which they also went to the hospital. After thorough examinations and reviews, it was determined that none of the girls were lying, and all of them in fact did have some weird spasm happening in their body. So get how weird this is. After several questions from the doctors, the girl eventually said that her boyfriend was there dancing that night, but she didn't want to dance. While she was watching him dance, another girl began dancing with him, and she got jealous and wanted to, but felt super nervous and sick because she was too nervous and she wanted to go up there and yada yada. That's when the twitching started. It's believed by the doctors that her brain was trying so hard to either make her move or give her a reason to not dance or something, that it just inflicted that pain and sensation in her leg in order to make that happen. Meaning she subconsciously wanted something so bad that her body did the work for her. And that the other cases afterwards were girls either so scared, worried, invested, or whatever that their body did the exact same thing to them. This case of hysteria is unique in that it was observed by doctors for days on end and given several speculations and ideas around. With a lot of cases of hysteria, we can say, oh, that group of people didn't know what they're talking about, or they're just dumb, but this had enough eyes on it to be viewed as something legitimately weird. The other parents thought it was weird too, as for the next several days at the school, children were pulled, thinking that there was some disease happening that made kids twitch their right leg for some reason. And being a textbook case of a psychosomatic illness, the twitching leg incident of Louisiana is still remembered as one of the most definitive cases of mass hysteria. We are now on to the final tier with Tier 6. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic occurred in Bellingham, Seattle in 1954. In one of the weirdest cases of mass hysteria, a few people in the Bellingham region of Seattle said that they noticed a few holes in the front windshield of their car. The primary idea at the time being that some kid with a BB gun had shot a few of the windshields as a mean joke, and it made enough rounds that it went to the local newspaper. As soon as it was in the newspaper, other people reported that they also had holes in their windshield. From there, everyone began freaking out over holes that they said suddenly appeared in their windshield. People thought it was everything from nuclear testing to sand flea eggs that somehow got implanted inside of glass. And by April the 15th of 1954, 3,000 people had contacted the police saying that they also had a hole in their windshield. This was such a problem, and the mayor was freaking out so much that he called President Eisenhower and asked him to send out the military or investigators to help with whatever's going on. See, what you got to realize about glass at the time is it wasn't as refined as it is now, and there was a much more common problem with pitting in windshields or small cracks or bumps in the glass. By general estimates, about 95% of the cases were people who had never noticed a hole or chip in their windshield until someone told them that they should probably look for it, and that people began freaking out over something that was always there. Or in other words, people who had been driving a car and maybe when they first got it, they noticed a crack in the bottom right corner of the windshield, and they didn't think about it for a couple years, and then the news goes, do you also have a hole in your windshield? And then they go outside and see it and have a panic attack. I do love the idea that it was so hyped up that the mayor called the president over it to get the military to, I don't know, shoot the kids who were shooting cars with BB guns or whatever. But nothing really quite fits the bill of mass hysteria as much as a bunch of people in Seattle thinking sand fleas were laying eggs in their cars. The Ganesha drinking milk miracle occurred on September the 21st of 1995. At a temple of Ganesha, one of the worshippers had a spoonful of milk it was offering to the statue, which whenever he held the spoon up to the trunk of it, it seemed that the milk was sucked up into the trunk of the statue. Immediately, the worshipper began calling people who tried it out on their statues of Ganesha, and sure enough, the same thing happened. By the end of the day on September 21st, Temples all over the world were lined up with people trying to see if the statue would drink milk for them, with several temples in India boasting lines that took up miles. As a matter of fact, on that day, milk sales in India jumped up 30%. I should also mention that several of the temples kicked people out because they were trying to do stuff like get the statues to drink beer. And while Ganesha wasn't the only one that was reported that day to drink milk, it was the most popular. Now again, if you believe that, more power to you, not trying to discredit you, but the scientific explanation for what was happening then is something known as capillary action. In other words, if you have a sort of vacuum made out of a funnel and you hold something up like a liquid that is malleable, it will travel up that because it's the path of least resistance. It's the same concept of doing something like siphoning gas up a tube, or while not the exact same, whenever you like hold your finger on a straw and it goes like up the straw, that whole thing. And the idea behind it is that a lot of people just never tried holding liquid up to the statue, which has a hollowed out trunk in the middle, and whenever they held a liquid up to it, the same thing happened and the liquid traveled up the trunk. But similar to the windshield pitting epidemic, even though it was always there, once people were told to look for it, it became a huge hysteric outcry. Those are always my favorite cases with this kind of thing, when it's something that we can look at and simply scoff at, but at the time it was a pretty big deal. And I mean, yeah, if I held up a liquid in front of a statue and it drank it out of my hand, I'd be pretty freaked out too. The Milan poison scare happened in Milan, Italy, in the 17th century. During this time, the governor of Milan got a letter from King Philip IV of Spain. In the letter, the king told the governor that there were 4 escaped Frenchmen who were trying to spread the plague through Europe. The governor then told his people, which was a fantastic idea because everyone immediately began to panic. This wasn't helped when on May the 17th of 1629, it seems that someone was playing a prank and put a bunch of like water on people's doors so they would think was like infection or whatever. But people were so on edge when that prank happened, they began accusing army generals and even cardinals of the Vatican of doing it to try to spread the illness. And similar to every other case I've talked about, people started to form mobs in the street. They tried to hunt down whoever these 4 Frenchmen could be. There was an old man in a local church who wiped off a bench before he sat down on it, to which a group of women in the church surrounded him and said that he was trying to poison the bench. So they tried to drag him down the street to the essentially sheriff's office, and as they were doing it, they were kicking and punching him. By the time they got to the office, they had beat him to death, and they were like, "Ha! That'll show him." There was one pharmacist in the town who had several chemicals that the people of the town could not immediately identify. I'm sure that means it like wasn't a plant in a jar or something. To which the pharmacist was tortured and stabbed on the rack until he confessed to being in league with the devil and several other co-conspirators. So the torturers then rounded up the co-conspirators and tortured them until they admitted that they also worked for the devil and have more co-conspirators, and this kept spiraling until dozens of people were tortured to death for being a part of the devil's plague. I wonder if, like, during this time, that governor who got the letter from the king about the 4 Frenchmen wrote back to the king and was like, "Hey, remember those 4 Frenchmen you warned me about? Don't worry, we found all 67 of them." This hysteria lasted for several months and got to such a point that several people came forward and confessed to being part of the conspiracy to spread the plague, to which they were promptly executed. And then after that, more people, knowing exactly what would happen to them, did the exact same thing, because the, confusion was so massive, people legitimately convinced themselves that they were a part of it. I'm sure there's something to be said here about fear turning you into the thing you were afraid of, and self-fulfilling prophecy, but the video's almost over, so I'm just moving on. And then in one of the wildest cases, at least in my opinion, of mass hysteria is the Lille boarding school. In Lille, France in 1639, there was an all-women Catholic boarding school made to essentially train nuns. The headmaster of the boarding school was not in the best of mind, and one day after walking into a classroom of girls, said that she could see little black devils spinning around all their heads and warned them that the devils are trying to get a hold of them. This continued over the course of several months until eventually every single girl in the school thought about demons and devils, and every class conversation exclusively had to do with concepts like witchcraft, possession, and the like. This began to turn students against each other until everyone was paranoid and convinced that the student next to them was participating in witchcraft. This culminated when one girl tried to run away from the school before she was caught and brought back. Whenever she was brought back and questioned, she said that she had not run away. Instead, the devil had flown in through the window, given her a broomstick for which to fly away with, because she had actually been the witch this entire time, and everything that was happening at the school was her doing. As soon as she said this, another girl came forward and said, no, I'm the witch, and I'm the one who the devil actually wants, before another student did the same, and this continued to snowball until 50 different girls all claimed to be witches in league with the devil himself. They continuously tried to one-up each other in feats of will. While the first girl said that she flew on a broomstick with the devil, another girl said that she had been casting spells and leaving hexes on all the girls in the school, and another girl said that she had a hand in the plague itself. The headmaster, who remember started this whole shebang and was absolutely terrified of witchcraft and devil, called the Vatican itself, who sent people in to investigate. The members of the church who walk into a boarding house full of women all talking about how they're trying to kill God and cast spells on each other were mortified, to which they came to the conclusion that the best thing to do was to burn all 50 of the girls in order to make an example out of them. Whenever they asked for approval on this from other members of the church, the other priests were like, maybe don't do that just yet. The specific wording is that they urged the men to further investigate and reconsider before, you burn 50 girls at a stake. And then after not being afraid and actually asking questions, they figured out that all of the girls were very misinformed when it came to the supernatural and didn't really understand proper concepts of exorcism or possession or what have you, and they eventually traced all the lines back to the headmaster of the school. So whenever they figure out that she's actually responsible for everything that's going on, they said, whatever. Legit, they just left. After figuring out that all this had been caused by the headmaster essentially indoctrinating these girls, they just left. I don't even think they took away her position as headmaster. They're just like, oh, you. But the reason this has always been my favorite case of mass hysteria is because you have this group of girls who originally started because they wanted to find God in their life or some higher purpose or what have you, but at the advice of one person who continuously berated them, saying that the devil's going to get them and the devil's out there, it caused them to develop such a sense of paranoia that they didn't know how to exist outside of that paranoia. And then they switched from virtues and morals into evil and being dastardly and the worst they could imagine. It's an entire flip of the human psyche at the suggestion of one person. In actuality, now that I think about it, this is one of the original cults as we think of them today. And it's also hilarious that the guys who show up's like, we have to burn all of the women here. And then someone else said, maybe don't do that. And they're like, oh, all right. I guess we'll just leave. And it's so interesting to me because it's one kind of mass hysteria with group thought under one guide alongside another mass hysteria of community thought and fear in the face of the unknown. And they seem to be two sides of the same coin, with that coin kind of being representative of how spiritualism was viewed at the time. And stories like that are always so interesting to me, not only because of how they apply to history as a whole, but just as these little pockets of information for how people can work whenever in this certain scenario. And I don't know, I've just always thought it's kind of neat. And hopefully you thought it's kind of neat, and hopefully you enjoyed the video, and I just want to say thank you for watching. This is the first video that I've started full production of over 1 million subscribers, and that is so weird to think about. I think I'm at like 1.03 now. Like, since the MLK video came out, it's been another 30,000 people. That's absurd. You guys are so kind to me. You're way too good to me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this. I really do appreciate it. The MLK video is doing fantastic, which I'm really happy to see. That is the most satisfied I've been with a video in a while. Like, after I sat down and like rewatched the whole thing after I was done editing it, I was very happy with how it turned out. You all seem to enjoy it, which I really appreciate. Thank you. And I think right now, like at the time I'm talking, it has about 500,000 views, which is really if you have told me like a year ago that talking about conspiracy theories could get 500,000 views, I would have thought you were crazy. But I'm so honored. Like, if you told me that right now, I still think you're crazy because I can't believe it. But I'm so honored, and thank you all for watching that. I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, I really loved that video. I'm happy that it's doing well, so thank you guys for that. Hopefully you enjoyed this one. I always love topics like mass hysteria, just weird things in history. I think I mentioned I would cover this on
Hello everybody and welcome to the True Crime Unsolved Iceberg. As the title suggests, this is going to be a look at atrocities and crimes committed by people who to this day have not been caught. The chart goes from everything from well-known unsolved cases all the way down to discovered victims and remains who are hard to explain, let alone catch who did it. I will not be showing any of the more brutal crime scene imagery, but I will be discussing some more intense topics, especially as the iceberg goes down, so viewer discretion advised. I would also like to thank Reddit user
Hello everybody, happy Halloween. Today we are going to be talking about Teddy K, aka Uncle Ted, aka Ted Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski has become not only one of the most infamous criminals in American history, but also one of its most beloved. If you've been on the internet for any amount of time, then you've likely seen this face in some documentary or propaganda or cursed meme. And that's because Ted Kaczynski has become more than the crimes he committed and has instead become this kind of public figure whose idea supersedes the man himself. So today, not only do I want to talk about the story of the Unabomber campaign, the series of attacks he committed, how he evaded capture for so long, and how he was eventually caught, as I do with most of my true crime videos, but I also want to talk about his legacy. Why people view him the way that they do, why he might have committed the actions that he did, and of course, the manifesto. This is also the point where I should clarify to any YouTube moderators or federal agents watching this, despite the fact that I'm holding a manifesto and that it is contained on my computer under a file named Peanut Butter Recipe with highlighted portions, I in no way support the Unabomber or his actions. This video exists for educational and entertainment purposes. I in no way condone any of the things that I say here or throughout the rest of the video. This is simply a form of edutainment, so to speak. So please do not demonetize this video or show up at my house. I have no idea who I'm kidding about that first part. This video has terrorist in the title. This is absolutely getting demonetized. But regardless, Ted Kaczynski has become one of the most famous cult figures in modern American culture, so we're going to talk about it. A couple of announcements to make before the video actually begins. For one, I had an interview with the federal agent who worked the Ted Kaczynski case herself. She was able to give some amazing stories and theories regarding the Unabomber investigation. And a lot of our conversation shaped a lot of my opinions and thoughts that you're going to see throughout this video. So if you're interested in seeing the full interview that I had with her, and it was a fantastic time, a link to it will be in the description. Check it out if you decide you want more Wendigoon/Ted Kaczynski content. And also, stick around to the end of the video. Not something I can say yet, but just stick around to the end of the video, like literally the last few seconds of it. You're going to love it. Remember that mention of how this video is absolutely not going to get monetized because YouTube already hates me, so, you know, who am I kidding? So in order to pay the bills, here's a public service announcement. I brought you all a gift. It's mail. Open it. You can trust me. And that gift that I bring to you all now is today's sponsor, AG1. Because while the Industrial Revolution and its consequences may have been a disaster for the human race, AG1 and its benefits have been a blessing for the human race. I've been on AG1 for about half a year at this point, and at this point I don't think I could stop if I wanted to. For those who are unaware, AG1 is a dietary supplement that can assist with everything from your body's digestion to your immune system and even your daily energy. AG1 is made up of various nutrients that you should be taking in every day. Things like zinc, B12, citrates, biotin, etc. But what's nice about AG1 is instead of all of that being a bunch of different pills and multivitamins you have to keep up with, it is instead just one drink. I drink AG1 in the morning and it's given me the energy to do things that I otherwise just wouldn't want to do. Things like go to the gym, make sure I keep track of my schedule, etc. I'm also aware that most of you are chronically online and can't relate to that sentiment. So instead, how about this? I have also had microwaved ramen for 4 different meals this week. I bet that one got your attention. Needless to say, I'm not getting the nutrients my body needs on that diet. But AG1 is here to help. And when you start getting those nutrients that your body is currently crying and screaming to get a hold of, you'll be amazed by how much your disposition can change. Now, I want to be clear that I'm not trying to sell you some kind of miracle tonic. It's not like you're going to drink AG1 and immediately lose weight. and get great at time management. But what I am saying is AG1 can help give you the energy to do those things. And also, improve from your body's current vitamin intake, which is 0. And one of the nicest things about AG1 is how easy it is to make and keep track of. Your AG1 will come in a bag like this, or you can do what I did and put it in this very aesthetic thermos to help with storage and refrigeration. So all that you have to do for AG1 is get 8 to 12 ounces of cold water, and from there just take a scoop of your AG1, dump it into the water, shake it up, and that's all it takes to start your day off right. And another nice thing about AG1, because you're probably looking at this green container and assuming that it tastes like the front lawn, is that AG1 tastes just fine. The primary ingredient in here is water, and nothing is flavored that strongly, but what flavor it does have is just kind of a natural sweet taste. So take out the guesswork and let AG1 take care of your body the way that you deserve. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That is because right now, if you go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, you will receive with your order of AG1 2 free gifts. One is 5 extra servings of AG1 in their handy travel packs that you can take with you on the go if you have a crippling addiction to this stuff like I do. And the other is a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. All that you got to do is put a drop of this stuff in your morning coffee or even your AG1. And from there, you can take care of even more of your body's dietary needs in one easy step. Taking care of your body shouldn't be a hassle. And now, thanks to AG1, it doesn't have to be. To get in on today's offer and get a hold of AG1 as well as your 2 free gifts, again, head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most, all my stupid memes and jokes included. Really, you all don't get how cool a company has to be to let a fit like this slide in their ad. So again, show them some support, head to the link in the description. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring today's video. Greatly means the most. We are back to the video. Greatly means the most. What does that even mean? So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about the story, legacy, and mythology of Ted Kaczynski. But to do all of that, we have to first establish who this guy was and what his story was. So let's begin by talking about the life of the Unabomber. Now, before we analyze the motives, psychology, and politics of Ted Kaczynski and the impact that he's had on culture as a whole, let's make sure we're all on the same page by talking about the actual story of the Unabomber himself. A story that is quite interesting given Ted's upbringing, as well as a nearly 2-decade evasion of the FBI, and the story of the man that needs to be understood before we can dissect the legend. Most stories that dig into the story of the Unabomber tend to focus on the mystery of the manhunt itself, because again, this guy maintained a bombing campaign for 17 years, and the FBI was none the wiser as to his identity had it not been for one tip they got at the end of the investigation. So rather than focusing on the mystery of unmasking Ted Kaczynski, which, spoilers, the Unabomber was Ted Kaczynski, sorry to ruin it for you, I want to look at the story of Ted Kaczynski's life and what he was doing and what he was thinking during the Unabomber campaign. So with that in mind, let's talk about Ted. Theodore John Kaczynski was born to his parents, Wanda and Theodore Richard Kaczynski, on May the 22nd of 1942. 7 years after Ted was born in 1949, his parents would have another child, Ted's brother, David Kaczynski. Both Ted and David were born in Chicago, Illinois, but 3 years after David's birth in 1952, the family relocated to Evergreen Park, also in Illinois. To everyone who knew them, and by all accounts we can find, the Kaczynskis were a very happy and healthy family. The parents were very active in the community, David and Ted got along great, and to any outsider looking in, it seemed that the family lived the ideal nuclear lifestyle. However, to those within and close to the family, it wasn't hard to tell that something about Ted was just different. David Kaczynski would later recount going to his mother at a young age and asking why Ted doesn't have as many friends as David does, or why Ted doesn't seem to be as outgoing or interested in meeting people as the rest of the family. David recounts a story that his mother told him in which, when Ted was only a few weeks old, he became very ill. During this illness, Ted's parents brought him to the hospital, and the nurses kept him on sick watch and in intensive care for a few weeks. While his parents were close by and they assured that nothing bad happened to Ted while he was at the hospital, Ted was separated from his parents and especially his mother during this crucial developmental point in his life. David said that his mother recalled after this event Ted never seemed to cry as much or need the comfort of his mother that he had before, even at such a young age. And it's because of this that Ted's parents often feared that Ted had abandonment issues due to this stay in the hospital. Now, that's not to say that Ted was outright hateful or despising of his parents or David at any point during this time, but perhaps his family attributed some of his social misgivings to this developmental delay. From a young age, David was told by his mother that whatever happens to Ted, never abandon him, because that's the thing that Ted fears the most. And these are words that would echo in David's mind in several years to come. However, Ted's social issues weren't the only things that were very apparent about the young boy. From a young age, Ted was remarkable at any school subject or curriculum that came his way. It was apparent to his parents as well as teachers that he was running circles around everyone else in his grade. So, in the 5th grade, Ted Kaczynski was administered an IQ test. An IQ test, or an intelligence quotient test, as many of you are aware, is a test that determines one's ability to problem solve or pattern recognition or what have you. An IQ of 100 is the standard, or the perfectly middle line of intelligence on the test grading scale. While different grading charts have different criteria, it's typically considered that an IQ of 80 or below is low intelligence, and an IQ of 120 or higher is high or genius intelligence. When Ted Kaczynski was tested in the 5th grade, he scored 167. That puts him on the level of people like Albert Einstein, and also explains why school subjects seem trivial to him. So, seeing his aptitude for learning, Ted was allowed to skip the 6th grade. While of course, his parents didn't mean anything negative by this, they wanted their son to succeed and thought that this was a device to maintain that, Ted would later write that he saw this move as being devastating to his social life. While before he was able to get along at a decent pace with kids in his class, now he was the lowest ring on the totem pole. And in his later writings, he would consider this move, skipping a grade during middle school, to be part of the reason he turned out how he did. And as the years went on, Ted remained a bright and scholarly student, but an isolated one. In high school, Ted would join several clubs related to science, like biology and math clubs, and he would even join the school's marching band and have a series of friends known as the Briefcase Boys for their habit of bringing a briefcase to different classes and meetings. However, people who knew him during this time would say that despite joining all of these clubs and even band, it wasn't for social status, but was instead another way to maintain his studies. This was seen when, again, by maintaining such high grades, Ted Kaczynski skipped the 11th grade, and by doing summer classes, graduated high school at the age of 15. Ted Kaczynski was accepted to Harvard University at the age of 15 and began attending Harvard at the age of 16, before he even had his driver's license. And of course, while his parents and those around him wanted this for his benefit, knowing what we know now, we can look back and see how this laid the groundwork for things to come. So in 1958, at the age of only 16 years old, Ted began attending Harvard University, and immediately was leagues beyond the rest of his class. Academically, he was excelling beyond people several years older than him, but again socially, he was quite stunted. And then of course, there is the one tricky question about Ted's time at Harvard University that has been the main talking point whenever the Unabomber's legitimacy or his motives are ever discussed. It was the point that his defense team fought for when Ted inevitably went to trial. It is a point that has been brought up in the news for decades since. And that is the question, was Ted Kaczynski a part of the MK Ultra experiments? And the answer to that is yes, kinda. For those of you who watch the Wendigoon channel, I'm sure you know what MK Ultra is, but for those who may be uninitiated, MK Ultra was a series of alleged CIA experiments that took place during the Cold War that had the ultimate goal of mind control or torture methods or population control, depending on who you ask. Basically, the US torture method, the ultimate for this, kinda. For those of you who went to trial, it is a point that Harvard University that has been the main talking point Ted's time at Harvard University. Then of course there is the one tricky question about Ted's time at Harvard University. And then of people several years older than him attending Harvard University, and immediately was leagues beyond the rest of his class. Academically, he was excelling beyond people several years older than him. But again, socially, he was quite stunted. And then of course, there is the one tricky question about Ted's time at Harvard University that has been the main talking point whenever the Unabomber's legitimacy or his motives are ever discussed. It was the point that his defense team fought for when Ted inevitably went to trial. It is a point that has been brought up in the news for decades since. And that is the question, was Ted Kaczynski a part of the MK Ultra experiments? And the answer to that is yes, kinda. For those of you who watch the Wendigoon channel, I'm sure you know what MK Ultra is, but for those who may be uninitiated, MK Ultra was a series of alleged CIA experiments that took place during the Cold War that had the ultimate goal of mind control or torture methods or population control, depending on who you ask. Basically, the US government controlling US citizens against their will. So how does Ted Kaczynski tie into all of that? Well, during his time at Harvard, Ted met a professor by the name of Henry Murray. Murray was holding what was officially described as a debate room between various students. The idea being that the bright young minds at Harvard could come forward to Murray and present a series of beliefs and ideas that they hold to their character. And then they could debate with Murray and other professors at the college as to the legitimacy of their beliefs. And this was all gauged to be some sort of social study or better understanding of the Harvard mindset. When in actuality, that is not what this experiment was at all. See, unbeknownst to Ted Kaczynski, Henry Murray was a former member of the OSS. The OSS, or the Office of Strategic Services, was the predecessor to the CIA that existed during World War II. During World War II, the government collected a series of intelligence agents to keep track on what other countries or different bodies within government are doing. And after World War II was over, they didn't want to just throw those guys away. So the Office of Strategic Services became the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. And it seems that Murray was holding a sort of experiment for CIA records. This seems that during World War II, the government see Harvard might be is that they hold to their character, and is essentially described as a Henry Murray. Murray was uninitiated. MK Ultra was a series of alleged, maybe uninitiated. Watch the Wendigoon channel, I'm sure you know what MK Ultra is, but for those who may be uninitiated, MK Ultra was a series of alleged CIA experiments that took place during the Cold War that had the ultimate goal of mind control or torture methods or population control, depending on who you ask. Basically, the US government controlling US citizens against their will. So how does Ted Kaczynski tie into all of that? Well, during his time at Harvard, Ted met a professor by the name of Henry Murray. Murray was holding what was officially described as a debate room between various students. The idea being that the bright young minds at Harvard could come forward to Murray and present a series of beliefs and ideas that they hold to their character. And then they could debate with Murray and other professors at the college as to the legitimacy of their beliefs. And this was all gauged to be some sort of social study or better understanding of the Harvard mindset. When in actuality, that is not what this experiment was at all. See, unbeknownst to Ted Kaczynski, Henry Murray was a former member of the OSS. The OSS, or the Office of Strategic Services, was the predecessor to the CIA that existed during World War II. During World War II, the government collected a series of intelligence agents to keep track on what other countries or different bodies within government are doing. And after World War II was over, they didn't want to just throw those guys away. So the Office of Strategic Services became the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. And it seems that Murray was holding a sort of experiment for CIA records. This experiment, in actuality, was to have students at Harvard bring forward papers or speeches prepared discussing their personal ideas and convictions, and to then verbally berate them regarding those convictions. Some audio records still exist of Ted Kaczynski's conversations with Murray during these experiments. It seems that the purpose of this experiment was to understand how much beratement or belittling it took to make someone give up on their ideas. And you could say this would be used for interrogation or population control or media control or what have you. We don't know what the purpose of these trials was for sure, because for some reason the records regarding these trials are still under lock and key, meaning that it was almost for certain part of some CIA experiment. Ted Kaczynski was a part of these trials for 3 years that he was at Harvard. Now, a lot of the details around these Harvard experiments get overblown. Things like that awful Manhunt miniseries say that Ted was like strapped down to a chair and electrocuted and like had rows of people laugh and mock him, when no. And because of that, some details of the Harvard experiment may seem underwhelming by comparison, but this was a guy who was already socially inept, who now had a superior, a professor at the college, yell at him once a week on a schedule about how stupid his ideas were. Ted would later write about how he considered Murray to be a jerk, or just some guy he didn't like. But even in spite of how smart Ted was, I don't think he realized how much this might have had an effect on him. Because you take a guy who despises social settings and is already beginning to despise some fabric of society as a whole, and then you yell at him about it for 3 years? Again, it's another piece in the puzzle of what Ted would eventually become. Despite this, Ted would graduate from Harvard in 1962 with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. He also graduated with a GPA of 3.12, and if you're like, oh, I thought he would get a perfect 4.0, he really didn't care about the other like required classes he had to take that weren't science, which he just liked me for real. After graduating from Harvard, Kaczynski would pursue a doctorate, and he would do so at the University of Michigan. He took the position at Michigan despite being also accepted to universities like Berkeley or Chicago, because Michigan offered him a teaching position. His colleagues and professors at the University of Michigan said that Kaczynski operated on a level most of them could hardly understand. He was entirely dedicated to his work and was so knowledgeable about things like geometric functions that sometimes it seemed he was speaking another language. Some of his teachers even going on to say that he is the best student they have ever seen. Now, there is something else that happened to Ted Kaczynski in 1966 during his stay at Michigan. And I understand that this event is a very sensitive topic that I am going to handle with care, but I believe that his reaction to this event is important for what he would later become. So in the years leading up to 1966, Ted Kaczynski, at least according to David and a few people who were close to him, said that he always had an interest in women, that he always, desired to date a woman, that he was sexually attracted to them, but due to his social misgivings, he never had a lot of luck with the ladies. And it's because of this, despite his best efforts, Ted Kaczynski maintained a kind of sexual frustration, and in writings that he would later write about this time, began to feel levels of misogyny. Not in so much that he felt any kind of violence or belittlement to their status as a person, more so that he just kind of felt an aversion to them. He overall began to feel uncomfortable around women as a whole, or at least not yet. I mention all that to say, in 1966, within his own writings, Ted Kaczynski began to believe that he was transgender. For several weeks in 1966, Ted would write about his feelings regarding being transgender and these thoughts that he was having regarding it, and even set up an appointment with a psychiatrist to discuss gender reassignment. Ted went as far to go to the appointment to meet with this psychiatrist, but while he was in the psychiatrist waiting room, he immediately felt that all of this was a mistake, and he got up and left the room. And then immediately after this, Ted writes for pages and pages about how he wanted to kill the psychiatrist. Ted would write about how he would go about it, how he would ensure that there was no evidence left behind, and it's the first time in Ted's writings that we see a tinge
of murderous fantasy. Now, I want to make it very clear there are several dozens of reports from gender professionals, from doctors who have far more experience than myself in the nature of gender reassignment or transgender individuals. And between the psychologists and other doctors who have read over Ted's writings, it is by and large believed that Ted was not actually transgender. And all of the writings from that few week period, again, there's nothing about wanting to be a woman as a whole. All of the things he describes are explicitly sexual or fantasies or other things that I don't want to discuss in detail because I try to maintain some aspects of a family-friendly channel. But aside from these sexual fantasies, Ted never gave any indication that he was transgender during this period of time, and even given the sexual fantasies, never mentioned it anywhere in his writings outside of this few-week period. And the majority of psychiatrists who have looked at this case believe it to be an outlet of Ted's sexual frustration. But the important part here is that after leaving that psychiatrist's office, Ted starts to think that murdering people is a solution to his problems. Of course, we all understand that it's not the psychiatrist's fault that Ted just so happened to make an appointment with that Ted was dealing with this experience, but nevertheless, Ted felt that murdering that person might make it better. In his writings, reflecting on this revelation that murdering the psychiatrist might make his problems go away, Ted says, "I felt disgusted about what my uncontrolled sexual cravings had almost led me to do, and I felt humiliated, and I violently hated the psychiatrist. Just then, there came a major turning point in my life. Like a phoenix, I burst from the ashes of my despair to a glorious new hope." In 1967, Kaczynski finished his doctoral dissertation, a paper called Boundary Functions. To this day, mathematicians who read boundary functions say that Ted wrote something that could only be understood by a few people in the world. So after receiving his doctorate in 1967, the then only 25-year-old Ted Kaczynski became an acting assistant professor at the University of California, Berkeley. By September of the next year, he was given a full assistant professor position, meaning that Kaczynski was on track for a very long and fulfilling career in academics. However, according to students that had Kaczynski as a professor, he was a terrible teacher. He taught directly from the book, he did not take questions from the class, and his social skills, once again, not the best. Many said that he seemed uncomfortable just being in front of a classroom of people in the first place, and then much less trying to teach them. Perhaps because of this, on June the 30th of 1960, and then much less uncomfortable just being in front of a classroom of people in the first place, and then much less trying to teach writings, it is by and large a week of this or other things that I don't want to discuss in detail. Aside from these sexual fantasies, time, and even given the sexual fantasies, never mentioned it anywhere in his writings outside of this few-week period. Sexual frustration. Ted starts to think Ted was dealing with this experience. Make his sexual cravings had almost led me to 37. To this day, mathematicians who read boundary functions say that Ted wrote something that could only be understood by a few people in the world. So after receiving his doctorate in 1967, the then only 25-year-old Ted Kaczynski became an acting assistant professor at the University of California, Berkeley. By September of the next year, he was given a full assistant professor position, meaning that Kaczynski was on track for a very long and fulfilling career in academics. However, according to students that had Kaczynski as a professor, he was a terrible teacher. He taught directly from the book, he did not take questions from the class, and his social skills, once again, not the best. Many said that he seemed uncomfortable just being in front of a classroom of people in the first place, and then much less trying to teach them. Perhaps because of this, on June the 30th of 1969, Ted Kaczynski resigned from teaching, having only been there for 2 years. However, in interviews that Kaczynski would later give, he says that by the time he had taken the job at Berkeley, he had no interest in maintaining his career in mathematics or participating in society as a whole. We'll
Discuss the validity of that when we talk about the psychology and beliefs of Kaczynski later in this video, but according to Ted, at least later on, he only took the job at Berkeley so that he could make money for a couple of years to afford to dip out of society altogether. Having, in his mind, been wronged by those around him and losing the game of life time and time again, Kaczynski took what money he had and went to live with his parents in Illinois, with the eventual goal of stepping away from humanity forever. So, shortly after resigning from Berkeley in 1969, Ted returns to live with his family in Illinois. For 2 years, Ted lives at his parents' house while he works odd jobs around the greater Chicago area. He tells his family that his ultimate goal is to find a piece of property out in nature, and that right now he's just building up the capital to purchase a piece of land. David was proud of his brother and thought that Ted was being a sort of pioneer, living away from what society would normally dictate. So in 1971, David accompanies Ted to Lincoln, Montana. And while in Lincoln, Ted, with the help of his brother, would purchase a piece of land just outside of town. Now, while Lincoln itself is already situated well into the mountains of Montana, Ted's piece of property was especially so. And on this remote piece of property, Ted built himself a 10 by 14 foot cabin. Aside from a few neighbors who owned adjoining acreage around the area, Ted was now completely isolated. He owned no vehicle and would occasionally bike out to town if he was in need of supplies, but for the most part he had set out to live as a recluse in the mountains of Montana. Now, while Ted did earn some money for himself in those 2 years he was working in Illinois, the vast majority of his livelihood at this point came from his parents. The $2,100 that Ted used to buy the piece of land ate through most of his savings. But considering Ted's remedial lifestyle, it didn't seem to put a strain on his family. In Ted's writings at this time, it seems that he maintained his deep fear of people. He was untrusting with anyone he came into contact with, even people who were completely friendly to him around the town of Lincoln. And despite his isolated way of living, Ted immediately found problems with the few people who lived nearby. For example, nearby there was a group of guys who would often go dirt biking in the hills around Lincoln. Not on Ted's property, mind you, just kind of close to Ted's property. Ted spoke in his journal how he hated these guys, and their noise pollution that he said ruined the environment. On top of that, there was a nearby sawmill that was relatively low scale in its production, but of course Ted had a problem with it because he saw it as someone who hates nature destroying the environment for technology's means. And in his journal began to fantasize about destroying the sawmill. During this time, Ted became more and more reliant on nature, both physically and mentally. He would occasionally bike out to local stores to get things like rice or seeds, with the eventual goal of becoming totally self-reliant. He began to plant fruits and vegetables outside of his cabin with the intent of storing up enough supplies to last through the winter. He became moderately successful at this as the years went on, but initially still required several trips to the local stores. He would bathe in the nearby rivers and, aside from things like detergent to clean his clothes, made an effort to live entirely on the woods around him. His primary food source would be things like rabbit or squirrel, with what crops he could grow to supplement those meals. He also had a .22 rifle that he would use to hunt these animals. But mentally, he began to dive more into the naturalist lifestyle. In the scarce interview that he would give while in prison, Ted often mentioned how he could sit for hours or even days at a time and never be bored, just soaking in the environment he lived in. He would speak of how technology erodes the mind and makes people feel this constant need to entertain and stimulate themselves. But that when all of that is stripped away, boredom disappears as one can learn to be content with whatever environment they're in. He would later mention that he considered things like mathematics or relationships to all be sort of games, just things to hold over the mind until something better comes along. And as far as Ted was concerned, where he was at now was really living. In one interview that he would give, Ted said, "While I was living in the woods, I sort of invented some gods for myself. Not that I believed in these things intellectually, but they were ideas that sort of corresponded with some of the feelings I had. I think the first one I invented was Grandfather Rabbit. You know, the snowshoe rabbits were my main source of meat during the winters. I had spent a lot of time learning what they do and following their tracks all around before I could get close enough to shoot them. Sometimes you would track a rabbit around and then the tracks disappear. You can't figure out where the rabbit went and lose the trail. I invented a myth for myself, that this was the grandfather rabbit, the grandfather who was responsible for the existence of all other rabbits. He was able to disappear. That is why you couldn't catch him and why you would never see him. Every time I shot a snowshoe rabbit, I would always say, "Thank you, grandfather rabbit." After a while, I acquired an urge to draw snowshoe rabbits. I sort of got involved with them to the extent that they would occupy a great deal of my thought. I actually did have a wooden object that, among other things, I carved a snowshoe rabbit in. I planned to do a better one just for the snowshoe rabbits, but I never did get it done. There was another one that I sometimes called the will-o-wisp, or the wings of the morning. That's when you go out in the hills in the morning and you just feel drawn to go on and on and on and on, then you are following the wisp. That was another god that I invented for myself. And as Ted began to ruminate in this idea that he had found the truth, that he was the only one who really got what living was all about, it led to a disdain for those that didn't get it, for the others as he saw them. This also compounded off his continuing disdain for technology itself. Because of course to him, technology was the main thing that was holding us back from this true purpose. So these thoughts of violence that he previously had just considered against people in the nearby region, he now made a reality. Remember those guys who would go dirt biking around the trails near his home? Well, Ted followed them back to where they were staying one night and proceeded to take an axe to destroy not only their dirt bikes and part of the house that they lived in, but also broke inside of the house, destroyed a bunch of their stuff, and defecated in their bathtub. There was another group of guys who would go snowmobiling during the winter. So Ted broke into their garage and poured sugar in their gas tanks. The lumber mill that I mentioned earlier, well, in 1975, Ted set part of it on fire. He would also vandalize and destroy any construction equipment that was left away from prying eyes. Now you may be asking yourself, how did he break all of these things over the course of 3 or 4 years and never get caught for it? And that was because most of the people who lived around him would vouch for him. Authorities would often visit the guy who ran the lumber mill or people who lived in the region. And when they were asked if they think Ted Kaczynski could have done it, they would all say no, that he seemed like a perfectly nice guy. Ted for the most part kept to himself, but whenever he interacted with people, he gave off this presence of a timid, shy person. He had a high-pitched voice, a bit of an almost stutter around people, and for the most part would just say please and thank you and go about his way. That guy whose lumber mill he set on fire, he had previously helped him build a small building. Several of his neighbors would later say that they just thought he was some guy who maybe got out of Vietnam or had a falling out with his family, and now just wanted to be left to his own devices. And given his presence, everyone assumed he was harmless. So even with all this destruction happening around him, no one was the wiser. But it seems like for Ted, around this point, random acts of vandalism weren't enough. In his journals around this time, 1977, he begins to say that while he is only doing a small part to destroy technological society, that he plans to make a much greater impact. So he decides to scheme. He decides that he will perform acts of terrorism that will halt technology for good. Or at least, that's the plan. But to do that, he's going to need some money. Again, at this point, he had been living off of his parents' allowance and didn't want to raise any eyebrows when he needed more cash. So he asked his brother David for a job back in Illinois, and David got him a job at the Anaconda Company where David worked as a supervisor. So Ted moved back with his family in Illinois for a short amount of time and began to work at what is effectively a smelting facility. While there, Ted began to develop feelings for one of his coworkers, and surprisingly, even got her to go out on a couple of dates. David describes Ted as being almost childlike during this period of time. David would work with his family and contact his brother and didn't that he's going to need some money. Again, society that he plans to make a much greater impact. He begins to say that while Pfizer. But it seems like for Ted, around this point, random acts of vandalism weren't enough. In his journals around this time, 1977, he begins to say that while he is only doing a small part to destroy technological society, that he plans to make a much greater impact. So he decides to scheme. He decides that he will perform acts of terrorism that will halt technology for good. Or at least, that's the plan. But to do that, he's going to need some money. Again, at this point, he had been living off of his parents' allowance and didn't want to raise any eyebrows when he needed more cash. So he asked his brother David for a job back in Illinois, and David got him a job at the Anaconda Company, where David worked as a supervisor. So Ted moved back with his family in Illinois for a short amount of time and began to work at what is effectively a smelting facility. While there, Ted began to develop feelings for one of his coworkers, and surprisingly, even got her to go out on a couple of dates. David describes Ted as being almost childlike during this period of time. David would remark that one day Ted burst into his room and happily exclaimed, "She kissed me," which for Ted might have been the first time he ever got a kiss. And while talking to this woman, Ted seemed very happy. However, after a couple of dates, she decided that the relationship wasn't going to continue, but told Ted they could still be friends. As you could imagine, from someone that hates people as much as Ted does, and was just opening up a little bit of a sliver of himself for this opportunity, to have that shut made him very upset. So upset, in fact, that he began to go around work and, I'm not kidding, write limericks about how much he hated her. According to David, there were just poems on sticky notes all over the company that would have jokes about how she smelled bad, or how she was an awful person, or jokes relating to the feminine figure that I'm not going to repeat. Like literally middle school behavior. David, being Ted's boss, ripped all of them down and told Ted if he keeps putting them up, he's going to have to fire him. So sure enough, Ted keeps putting them up and David fires Ted. Shortly after this happens, Ted writes in his journal that he fantasized about hiding away in that woman's car while she was at work, waiting for her to get off work to come to her vehicle, to which Ted would then kidnap her, take her away, and dismember her. And he goes into vivid detail about how much he would enjoy cutting her up and what he would do to her body parts. But that, of course, he doesn't want to get caught. Now, as mentioned, this isn't the first time Ted has fantasized about murder. It began with the psychiatrist we mentioned earlier. And there were several instances of murder that he fantasized about in between. Of course, he thought about killing the guys who drove dirt bikes around, or the guy who owned the lumberyard, as you can imagine. But perhaps one of the most egregious ones is Ted wanted to kill the 3-year-old daughter of the guy who ran the sawmill. Going so far, according to his journal, to wait for her to get alone by herself out in the pine trees, to which Ted aimed a rifle at her and almost pulled the trigger, only being stopped because he saw her mother further down the hill and knew that if he killed her, he would then have to take care of the mom as well. So before the Unabomber campaign even began, he had fantasized about killing dozens of people, including a woman he had dated and a 3-year-old child. And I think this is important to emphasize, not to virtue signal and be like, oh, killing children is bad. Who would have thought? But to lay out what the psychology of the Unabomber was before the bombings even began. There's a lot of debate around the morality or the goals of Ted Kaczynski. And a lot of people believe him to be a pure altruist, which we'll talk about later. But several see his crusade as righteous, as he was planning to destroy the worst parts of society, and he saw bloodshed as necessary to accomplish that goal. But before he had any plans or cares for the greater society around him, he was thinking about killing a kid just because she annoyed him. And while sure, you could view it in tandem as his hatred for humanity was because of, or at the same time as, his love of nature and his despising of technology, I believe it was the other way around. I believe he hated humanity so much that he loved nature because that's just where humans aren't, or at least not as much. And any who are, he wants to get rid of immediately. But we'll get more into that later on in the video. So his time at the company and when David fired him was in 1978. And while at this point he was already planning to begin his bombing campaign, it is worth mentioning this is the last significant event in his life before the bombs began. In 1972, he had thought about killing a scientist in the parking lot of a university because he saw the scientist as impeding nature and society itself. But he had decided against it because he didn't want to get caught. Well, it seems that between 1972 and 1978, he found a way to get that job done without putting himself at risk. So in his cabin in the backwoods of Montana, Ted would begin to build contraptions of pipe bomb and wood disguised within a mail package. So after picking his target on May the 25th of 1978, the Unabomber campaign began. It seems that Ted had grown to despise centers of education and technology, as he saw these establishments as instrumental in society's downfall. So his first target was Northwestern University. On May the 25th of 1978, someone in the parking lot of Northwestern noticed a mail package lying out front of a mailbox. A security guard walked over to pick the package up, and as he moved it, the bomb exploded. The construction of the bomb itself seemed to be a basic pipe bomb, and the explosive was not pressurized enough to do any real damage, only dealing minor burns and scratches to the security guard. Later, investigators would reconstruct what the bomb looked like, and they determined that the reason it was just sitting in front of a mailbox is because the package was too big to fit through the mail chute. So it seems that Ted had pieced it together, not taking into account how big the opening on a mailbox is, and with no other option, just set it on the ground. The only writing on the package was a return address to one of the professors at Northwestern. And despite combing over the remains of the bomb for forensics, the fact that it exploded, as well as Ted's consideration to evidence, meant that they weren't able to get a lead. But considering that this was just one explosion and it wasn't that serious, investigators considered it a one-off. That was until nearly a year later on May the 9th of 1979 when another bomb showed up at Northwestern University. A graduate student thought that the bomb was strange, walked over to pick it up, and as he did, the bomb exploded. Similar to the last explosive, it wasn't powerful enough to cause a lot of damage, and thankfully the student only received minor cuts and burns. However, this is now 2 bomb attacks on Northwestern University. So the investigators launch into an investigation looking for anyone who may be looking to destroy Northwestern. Now, it should also be mentioned that a lot of the reason that Ted was able to elude authorities for as long as he did, like sure, he took into account, forensics or maintaining a low profile where he lived, trying to not associate himself with things that could be related to the Unabomber. For example, there were various eco groups that Ted was a fan of, like Earth First. And despite enjoying their readings, Ted made an effort to never subscribe to their magazine or to let other people see him reading the magazine so that no one would associate him with this eco-terrorist. So sure, while Ted put in some work to not get caught, the majority of the reason that he was able to get away with it was because it was 1979. That bomb that was lying on the table of Northwestern, he just walked into the college and set it down on a table and walked out. And in a society that didn't have the surveillance or security as our society today, it was possible to get away with something like that. While in most modern colleges, Ted wouldn't have been able to get through the front door. Just keep the time period in mind as we talk about some of the difficulties these investigators faced. But in 1979, they were looking for someone who was trying to target Northwestern. However, all of that would change in November of that year. On November the 15th of 1979, American Airlines Flight 444 would be the next victim of Ted's bombing campaign. Similar to the first explosive, this bomb was put through the mail system. Ted, knowing that the package would be transferred through a passenger jet, something that the Postal Service doesn't really do anymore, rigged this explosive to go off using an altimeter. The previous explosives were designed that after a certain amount of time, if anyone violently shook the package or opened it, it would blow. But an altimeter is a measurement of something's altitude. So the bomb was designed that after the timer goes off, once the altimeter reaches a certain altitude, the bomb would explode. Meaning that Ted's plan was to blow up an entire passenger jet while it was in the air. Thankfully, for all of those involved, the bomb malfunctioned. The bomb's timer went off, which ignited the detonator, but not the explosive charge. Meaning that it caused the package to produce a lot of smoke and spark off, but thankfully, not explode. The plane was evacuated and 12 people sought medical attention for smoke inhalation, but other than that, everyone was fine. Now, to those familiar with the Unabomber case, obviously this story isn't surprising, you've heard it before. But for those of you who are just familiar with the reputation of Ted Kaczynski, this probably sounds out of character. What was a guy who was so concerned with destroying technological society, or those super corporation leaders who are harming nature. What is that guy doing trying to blow up a passenger jet? Sure, jets are an effect of technological society, but the people on the plane don't have anything to do with that. I mean, you could argue they're participating in it, but that's a stretch. What does killing the nearly 100 people on a jet do to reignite society's true meaning? Also, I'm gonna have to cover that. It looks like God is about to jump through the window. Actually, you know what? On second thought, it's kind of pretty. Yeah, we're gonna run with it. Furthermore, think about the second explosive at Northwestern. Sure, the first one was supposed to wind up. Furthermore, think about the second explosive though. Also, I'm gonna have to cover that. It looks like God is about to jump through the window. Actually, you know what? On second thought, it's kind of pretty. Yeah, we're gonna run with it. Furthermore, think about the second explosive at Northwestern. Sure, the first one was supposed to wind up in a professor's office, even though it didn't get there, so you can argue that explosive was directional. But for that second one, he just left it on a table. A janitor, anyone could have opened that. And the person who did was just a graduate student. What does killing a random graduate student do, again, to benefit society or to benefit nature? In Ted's journals during this time, there is no level of remorse or even dissatisfaction with the fact that he's killing random people. There's only frustration that he hasn't actually killed anyone yet. All he says is that he needs to get better at making bombs, that he can't believe the altimeter didn't go off, and he really wanted to blow up a jet full of people. Ted Kaczynski is often considered not as bad as other terrorists, at least in United States history, because of his relatively low body count. But the only reason his body count was relatively low is because he wasn't able to do everything that he tried to do. Because if those bombs were as effective as he wanted them to be, there would have been a lot more bloodshed. While part of the bomb was destroyed because, again, the igniter went off, more of it was intact than with the other examples. This allowed investigators to take a closer look at the device and eventually connect it, back to the two Northwestern bombings. There we go, finally. There were a few details that gave away the connection. For one, all three explosives had an unusually large amount of wood in them. The casings of the explosives themselves were made out of wood. Initially, investigators thought that maybe the wood was some kind of potential shrapnel device, which it was, but you can also use like metal for that and get better results. The mechanics of the explosives themselves were especially cheap. Like the wires and timers would be salvaged from old car parts, and several of the brackets and braces within the explosive were hand fashioned out of wood. This is weird for what the authorities assume is a guy who lives near Chicago and is making explosives in his garage. But of course it makes more sense with the hindsight that we have now that Ted Kaczynski was cutting wood and, I mean, he had nothing else better to do, hand fashioning pieces to fit into these packages, as well as going to nearby salvage and scrap yards and just stealing stuff from random junk cars. Investigators would later wonder during the case why there were such long periods of time between bombings. Like, there was a year between the first and second bomb, and like 5 months between the second and third. And again, with the hindsight we have now, it's because the dude had to individually piece these bombs together, literally piece by piece. But at this point, the FBI dedicated full attention to this case. Previously, it was someone trying to attack Northwestern with these non-lethal explosives. But now, it was someone trying to take down an entire passenger jet out of the Chicago airport. So the FBI made it into a huge case and assigned a lot of manpower to track this guy down. And because his current targets were universities and airlines, the FBI gave him the designation of the University and Airline Bomber, or as it was abbreviated, the Unabomber. As the FBI are trying to build a profile on who this bomber may be and track down any leads they can, on June the 10th of 1980, Ted sends out his fourth bomb. This package was sent to Lake Forest, Illinois, meaning that all 4 of his explosives were within Illinois. The package arrived at the doorstep of a man named Percy Wood. Percy Wood was the president of United Airlines. When Percy Wood opened the package, it was the famous novel Ice Brothers. There was an anonymous note attached to the book that said Ice Brothers was a great read and that the sender encourages Percy Wood to check the book out himself. When Percy opened the book, the inside of it had been hollowed out and a bomb was in its place. The bomb detonated, and unlike the previous 3, this time caused major injury. Percy Wood didn't die, but he received extreme burns and cuts that nearly caused him to bleed out. Had it not been for emergency services, Percy Wood would have died. And in Ted's own writings, he expresses elation for this. He's excited that one of his bombs went off the way it was supposed to. It made it all the way to his target and then exploded with extreme results. However, he remarks that he wishes Percy Wood would have been blinded or, died. Even if it hadn't happened yet, it is clear that Ted's intent was to kill. The authorities are tracking down anyone who has a criminal record or a grudge with airplanes around the Chicago area. Because again, all 4 of these bombings take place in Illinois, so it makes sense that the investigators would think the bomber is in Illinois. When in reality, it's most likely that Ted was just performing these attacks around Illinois because it was people and areas that he was familiar with, universities and airports that he grew up around. Ted would make bus trips from Lincoln all the way to Chicago and either drop off or mail his packages by hand. As you can imagine, considering that no one knows Ted and the few people that do have no idea that he could be capable of this, the authorities aren't able to follow any real leads. Even the people around Lincoln, Montana, as if at this point people in Lincoln would be on the lookout for the Chicago bomber around their neck of the woods. But even if they were, residents of the area would later remark that Ted would time his trips to the store, implying that he's going to be in the region for a while, right before he would go on these bus trips to drop off these packages. So even if someone did for some reason suspect Ted Kaczynski at this point, he was manipulating his visits out to town to prove otherwise. So over a year passes since the 4th explosion, and the authorities are none the wiser, when on October the 8th of 1981, a 5th bomb is delivered. However, this one doesn't go off, and it's also not in Illinois. This bomb is found at the University of Utah. And considering universities are kind of on edge from the whole Unabomb thing, someone at the university reports a suspicious package, the police show up and defuse it. You can tell a lot more about an explosive if you get the explosive before it explodes. So now the investigators had their first unused explosive and were able to use that to better grab information about this Unabomber. For one, it's from this unused explosive that they were able to determine things I mentioned earlier, like it was old car parts used for the actual wiring of the device, or wooden pieces where typically metal ones would be used, which proved things that were previously just suspicions about the previous explosives. The other way they were able to tell that this Utah bomb was connected to the Illinois bomb, other than the construction of the bomb itself, like the wood and old parts, was the presence of a small engraving on the metal of the explosive itself that said FC. Now, for a long time, authorities didn't know what FC meant, but in hindsight, we know that FC stood for the Freedom Club. The Freedom Club would be a focus for authorities for decades, trying to determine what this FC meant. However, what we know now is that the FC was a red herring. Ted was trying to make it appear that a group of people were responsible for this series of bombings instead of just himself, again to further avoid suspicion. He would strategically place these engravings on parts of the explosive he knew weren't going to blow up, like the end caps to the pipe bomb itself. There would be more misdirection Ted would add with his later explosives, but FC was the first one to really stump authorities. But despite having a now intact bomb, still, there wasn't a lot the police could do with it. There was no forensic evidence that pointed to anyone, let alone a guy who lives in the middle of the Montana wilderness. The one thing that it did show is that while they previously thought just targets in Illinois were in danger, now that a bomb's arrived at a university in Utah, everyone's in danger. Or at least anyone who's ever been to a college or been on a plane. There's a lot of pressure on the FBI to solve this case because in the news, it was clear that people were afraid to travel at this point. And given these long periods of time between bombings, it created this sense of paranoia that no one knew when he was going to strike next. However, those fears would become a reality when on May the 5th of 1982, his next bomb was sent to the University of Vanderbilt in Nashville, Tennessee. This package, similar to previous ones, was intended for a professor at Vanderbilt. However, it was not the professor who was in range of the blast,
but instead his young secretary. The secretary at the desk in front of the professor's office received the package, and upon moving it, the bomb exploded. Similar to the bomb at Lake Forest, it caused extreme injury. A young Janet Smith was horribly mutilated by burns and deep cuts she received from the bomb. So now Ted's had an effective bomb that didn't hit his intended target. Ted's reaction to this in his journal was frustration, not that it got the wrong person, but that the bomb still wasn't lethal. And of course, a package at Tennessee further expands the possible targets the Unabomber could be aiming at. As authorities continue to scramble to try to find something to lead them to who may be responsible, only 2 months later, on July the 2nd of 1982, Ted sends out another explosive. This bomb was sent to the University of California at Berkeley. Now, this target does make some sense to us because, as we know, Berkeley is where Ted worked as a professor. But to investigators, this seems to be just a random college. This bomb went to an engineering professor named Diogenes Angelakos, and he was hit by the explosive. However, similar to the previous 2 victims, he wasn't fatally injured, just significantly physically injured. I should also mention that at this point, it seems to be an act of divine intervention that these people are surviving. These bombs are certainly powerful enough and have the required amount of shrapnel in the packaging of the device itself to kill someone who's close enough to be holding it. And they're receiving injuries that, if at the right places in the body, would prove fatal. But thankfully, no one's died yet. However, Ted is getting more and more frustrated that he hasn't got a kill. In his writings, Ted says that he is more determined to make these things effective, to more tightly pack the elements so that the combustion is larger, and to increase the size of the packages if need be, to put more accelerant. Keep in mind, as all this is happening, Ted is maintaining his local visits to the library and the general stores around Lincoln. The FBI during this time was growing increasingly frustrated with what little clues they had. See, after the bombings in Chicago and the one that got onto an airplane, the leading theory the FBI had initially is that perhaps this person is a previous flight mechanic. Maybe that's why they tried to target an American Airlines flight. And perhaps he attended some form of engineering school at one of the universities in Illinois. That would explain things like, for one, his targets, but also his technical know-how of how to assemble these explosives. But now there's targets at Utah, Tennessee, California. Some of the theories they had turned out to be kind of close, even if incidental. Like, for one, the presence of wood in an explosive is rare, so maybe they thought there was some kind of nature or forest element to the crimes. The president of United Airlines was named Percy Wood, so wood, maybe that has something to do with it. And while it's most likely Ted was using wood partially as a statement about trees itself, but also because that's just what he had available, they were correct in the assumption that these crimes were related to nature. But they couldn't establish a solid MO as to why he's picking the targets that he is. Because even if his goal is to save nature or to commit these crimes in the name of nature, he's not attacking people who are leading deforestation efforts or who are, tearing up terrain to build new factories or what have you. He was doing that stuff locally and people were none the wiser, like, he was vandalizing equipment around Lincoln. But of course, the feds don't know about that, so they just see someone who's really got a problem with colleges and planes for some reason. Also, remember how Ted would leave initials like FC on the sides of pieces of the explosive he knew would be intact? Well, at this point, he had added a few more red herrings to the equation. On one bomb, he had written in a piece that was not destroyed in the blast, the phrase, "Woo, it works," implying that in building the bomb, he was speaking, or whoever was writing this, was speaking to a companion named Wu to inform Wu that the explosive is working correctly. Again, further propagating the idea that this is some large group rather than just Ted himself. So while the authorities are chasing their tails on that, Ted takes 3 years before he releases another explosive. In hindsight, we know that this 3-year gap was for him to amass a lot of material because in 1985, Ted would send out 4 bombs. It seems that Ted was fed up with not getting lethal results, so he was going to do everything in his power to change that. On May 15th of 1985,
he sent his first of this batch of 5 explosives, again, to Berkeley. Again, these bombs were designed with a sort of timer that after the timer went off, the bomb would be armed, and then significant motion or opening the package would cause it to blow. This is how the bombs are able to do things like pass through the mail system and not blow up until they hit their target. However, the first person to make contact with this bomb at Berkeley was not a professor, but instead a graduate student, now Air Force captain, named John Hauser. Because, while John didn't die, he did lose 4 fingers, lost vision in his left eye, and severed an artery in his arm. Had it not been for John's know-how of how to stop the bleed and nearby emergency services, he would have bled out. Authorities now see that 2 explosives have been sent to Berkeley. This hadn't happened since the 2 to Northwestern at the beginning of the bombing campaign. So they began to look for connections of people who had problems with Berkeley, and while they were onto something with that, there was never any tangible evidence or even colloquial evidence between people at Berkeley that Ted Kaczynski would have a problem with them. I mean, sure, he quit his job, but just because someone quits their job doesn't mean they're going to try to blow up the school. 1 month later, on June the 13th, another bomb would be sent, this one to the Boeing Company office in Auburn, Washington. However, thankfully, this bomb was successfully defused. Anyone who worked at an airline or college was paranoid of packages around this time, so someone reported a suspicious package and the authorities were able to defuse it. And from what they found from this intact bomb, it had seen that Ted was getting more precise with his experiments. Previously unsealed sides of the package itself were coated with a sort of epoxy. Instead of individual timers or detonators, there were now fail-safe systems built in to ensure that the package would explode. His pipe bombs were larger and with a more solid construction, meaning that in combination with the sealed chamber that the bomb would have detonated in would cause larger blasts. The FBI also began to find forensic evidence in the explosives, but similar to the writings like FC and Wu, these would also turn out to be a dead end. And the reason they were a dead end is because, for one, Ted was very meticulous to not leave any hairs or any residue on the devices themselves as to not get caught, but now he was adding purposefully false DNA. See, the way Ted would go about these bombing sprees is he would load up his explosives, at least this series of explosives of 1985, into a backpack and just take a bus. So Ted was loading up on explosives, taking a bus out west, and then delivering them at local post offices. And it turns out, on the bus trip there, he would stop at like gas station bathrooms and pick up a bunch of random hairs he found on the floor and sprinkle them inside of the explosive so that if the FBI finds a hair and then does a whole analysis on it, it will be of just some random guy who was at a gas station in Utah. At this point, Ted's effectively playing with authorities because he knows he can get away with it. On November the 15th of 1985, his next package would be delivered to the University of Michigan. This package was intended for a psychology professor named James McConnell. However, McConnell's research assistant, Nicholas Suino, was holding the bomb at the moment of detonation. McConnell only experienced temporary hearing loss and was a bit shaken from the blast, but Suino received significant burns and scratches. But once again, thankfully, no one was killed. Ted became furious by this. He was so mad that despite his efforts, no one was dying. So it seems that with his next explosive, he wanted to ensure firsthand that someone was gonna die. And sadly, this time, he got what he wanted. On December 11th of 1985, Ted Kaczynski traveled to Sacramento, California. He had attached the explosive itself to a piece of lumber. To anyone who was none the wiser, it would just look like junk. So Ted went out front of a computer store in the region and set the package in the parking lot. The owner of the computer store, a man named Hugh Scruton, stepped outside to remove this piece of debris from the parking lot of his store. And after he began to move the explosive, it detonated, and Hugh Scruton was killed. Not only was the explosion itself significant, but the device was loaded with so much wood and debris that it caused severe cuts and gouging all over his body. Hugh Scruton had died, and for the first time, Ted Kaczynski had killed someone. In his journal at this time, his reaction to finally taking a life after years of thinking of killing women that he knew or just people he didn't seem to get along with, his reaction was simply success. And I can't stress this enough, Hugh Scruton was just a family man who owned his own computer shop. Outside of the weird, hazy connection that this guy sold computers, he has no association to technological society. He was just a guy trying to make a living, and Ted killed him for it. This also immediately changes the direction the FBI had been working with. Up until this point, it seems that whoever this killer is, he's got a problem with colleges and airlines. But now he killed a guy who effectively owned a Radio Shack. Why would someone who supposedly is doing what he's doing for the benefit of humanity and for the preservation of nature be picking such obscure targets? And I mean, Ted didn't even know that you would step outside to remove it. It could have been a kid. It could have been someone just shopping at the store, but I guess as far as he considers, any target's an acceptable one. Not only was he elated to have finally killed someone within his own writings, but he seemed to be so elated with the results that for his next bombing, he picked effectively the exact same target. On February the 20th of 1987, he would travel to Salt Lake City, Utah. And while there, he would target, yet again, another computer store. This time he set a package in the front parking lot of the store. At the previous one that Hugh Scruton was killed at, if I recall correctly, the explosive was placed near a dumpster in the parking lot behind the store. But for this one in 1987, in the middle of a sunny, busy day, he sets it in the front parking lot next to a vehicle. After he leaves, similar to Hugh Scruton, the owner of the store, a man named Gary Wright, stepped outside to clean up whatever this package was. Thankfully for Gary, at the moment of the explosion, the bomb was angled away from his body. And again, despite being very significant, Gary Wright didn't die. He did receive extreme nerve damage to his left arm. Gary would later remark that he was in a haze coming out of it, and his arm was mangled, and he looked down at his clothes, and he said it looked like tiny needles were all over him. It turns out these needles was shrapnel from the explosive itself. However, this bombing marks a very significant moment in the case because for the first time as Ted was doing all of this, somebody saw him. A lady who worked at the computer store looked out into the parking lot and saw Ted set the package down next to a vehicle. She had even remarked to her boss that some guy just came and set that down in the parking lot. The boss went out to check, and then that's when it blew up. This means for the first time, someone actually had eyes on Kaczynski while he was in the act. And from her description that she gave to the police, we get the now iconic sketch of Kaczynski wearing a hoodie and aviators. While this didn't give authorities a lot to go on, it certainly gave them something to go on, because now they know that he's a white guy. They know his relative height and build. Famously, one of the details that it turns out the lady at the computer store got wrong was the color of Kaczynski's hair. Ted Kaczynski's hair is kind of a brownish black, but she remarked to the police that it seemed to be a kind of reddish blonde. And they, in all the descriptions they gave out to the public, they said be on the lookout for someone with reddish blonde hair. She could only see a sort of tuft of hair of his that was coming out from underneath the hoodie. And there's a lot of debate as to why she got this wrong, but I don't think it's that hard to explain. I mean, it was a sunny day. If someone's got brown hair and the sun's striking it from a distance, it'll probably appear as a sort of reddish blonde. But regardless of this, it seemed to do enough to scare Kaczynski into hiding, at least for a while. Because after this, it would be over 6 years before Kaczynski acted again. During this time, he just kind of laid low, stuck to life as usual, and waited for the heat to die down. Given the 6-year gap between crimes, the FBI thought this may have been the last they ever see of the guy, and maybe he will have gotten away for good. And if Ted had never acted again, he probably would have gotten away with it. At this point, he had sent out 12 explosives, injured over a dozen people, and killed Hugh Scruton. But this wasn't good enough for Ted. Ted had something to prove. As he said, he despised industrial society and all those who have managed to build it up, even if to him that's someone as remedial as a computer store owner. But he wasn't going to go away in silence. He was going to bide his time, and when he could, act again. And during this time, Ted would continue life as usual. The way he was finding out about the effects of these crimes, if he was getting fatal results or not, is when he would go out to visit the town or the library nearby, because the one thing he would do often is he would read, so he would often stock up on books. He would try to get a copy of the local paper. And those who lived in the town, again, remarked that he was just an average guy who kept to himself, would stop in and be friendly when you would meet him, but always sort of strange. Opinions of him would vary from the nice guy who would help you out if you needed, but for the most part didn't want to. He didn't go out of his way to interact with people. Any social event he was invited to, he would immediately decline. While others remarked that he was just outright rude and seemed to avoid and disdain people at every turn. But again, a guy who's just living out in the woods on a cabin in a piece of property that no one cares about wouldn't be your first pick for the Unabomber. Or, I mean, with hindsight, sure, but at the time, there was no reason the people in Lincoln, Nebraska had reason to believe Ted might be involved. During this time, Ted also became more and more withdrawn from his family. At one point, Ted's brother David married a woman named Linda. Ted had never met Linda, but sent a very strongly worded letter to both David and Linda, declaring that he hated her, saying that she was a nasty woman, saying that David shouldn't marry her because he didn't like her. And keep in mind, Ted had never met Linda. He just hated the fact that there was a woman getting in the way of the one relationship Ted could still manipulate. Ted and David's parents weren't rich, and Ted's meager yet entirely relied on them way of living was beginning to exhaust their resources. So Ted would often manipulate his brother to get what he wants. But after David got married, Ted almost entirely cut communication with his family. It was likely for this reason that when Ted and David's father, also Theodore Kaczynski, was diagnosed with lung cancer in 1990, the Kaczynski family had a meeting to discuss their future and didn't invite Ted. Now, the exact details of this meeting are not known for sure publicly, and I don't want to speculate, but for whatever reason, shortly after this meeting, Theodore Kaczynski took his own life. And while, again, I don't want to speculate, I don't think that it is outside of the realm of reason to say that a lot of their finances going towards Ted and Theodore now having an expensive disease to take care of probably didn't help that final solution. I don't know at what point, if ever, before his capture, Ted was told about what his father had done, but if he was, he didn't seem to care and didn't seem to take much notice of it in his writings. So for 6 years, Ted continued life as normal in Montana, and to David and his new wife, Linda, Ted was just the weird guy who hung out in the woods, who Linda didn't like at all for obvious reasons, but David still felt a sort of longing for. After all, that was his big brother. But after 6 years, the heat had died down, so Ted decided to start bombing again. On June the 22nd of 1993, Ted mailed an explosive to the home of Charles Epstein, a geneticist who lived in California. Before the authorities even had time to analyze this, 2 days later, another bomb showed up on June the 24th at the office of David Galerner, a computer science professor at Yale University. Galerner received a lot of burns and cuts and lost the use of his right hand, but thankfully once again, didn't die. This immediately complicates things because you have one bombing in California and the other in Connecticut, opposite ends of the country. So whoever this Unabomber is, there's perhaps several of them, or it was sent out from an unrelated mailing location. And it seems that now the bombings had gone from computer stores back to colleges and professors. For one, the public thought that maybe the Unabomber was gone forever, and now he's back, and the FBI are still none the wiser. There was also this little thing going on around the same time. You may have heard of it. It was this thing called the Waco siege, just little footnote. And it made the FBI's reputation absolutely abysmal. And on top of that, they can't catch some random wacko who's blowing up college professors. So the FBI dedicates thousands of agents to working this case, with millions and millions of dollars in resources. Not only was there added pressure because now the Unabomber was back, but now his game changed as well. In that 6-year time period, he had upgraded from using pipe bombs and was now using a sort of chlorate chemical mixture that was, for one, more reliable, and two, could store the same punch in a smaller device, making it less likely for the packages to be noticed during transportation. And on top of all of that, Kaczynski did something shortly after these two back-to-back bombings that he had never done before. He contacted the press directly. Kaczynski sent a short, one-paragraph page that was typed using a typewriter to the New York Times. In this short paragraph, he identifies himself as we, and that this we is the FC. See, the FC was something that was kept out of the public eye up until now. So the New York Times took notice of this, that this might actually be the Unabomber. So they contacted the FBI. The FBI did a full forensic sweep of the letter to see if they could turn up anything, and in hindsight, there was nothing. But there was one clue that they thought might go somewhere, but it was just another troll by Ted. Indented on the top of the envelope, so there wasn't actually any writing, but it looked like someone had laid a piece of paper over the envelope and then written on it. The indentation read, "Call Nathan R. Wednesday at 7 p.m. This was Kaczynski purposefully sending the FBI on another goose chase because he thought it was funny. But the FBI thought maybe the Unabomber messed up. Maybe he didn't think about setting a piece of paper on top of the envelope, or maybe he just didn't notice it. So the FBI contacted literally thousands of people named Nathan R., dedicating hundreds and thousands of hours of resources to finding this random Nathan and then showing up at their house and then figuring out that they don't know the Unabomber, and then just doing that again. The most important thing that Ted did with this first letter is he gave the New York Times an authentication code. In other words, anyone can mail the news and take credit for whatever crime they want. But in this first letter, Ted set aside a code saying any future letters from the true Unabomber, or FC, would contain that code as well. So now the Unabomber's active again, he's using more advanced bombs, and he's talking to the press directly. So while the FBI is out trying to chase down anyone in the country named Nathan R., Ted makes his next move. On November the 10th of 1994, Ted sent a package to the home of a man named Thomas Mosser. Mosser was an advertising executive who was on the radar of a lot of eco-terrorist groups. That's because after the Exxon oil spill, Mosser had represented Exxon in order to win over favorability in the public eye. Basically, Mosser had helped run a PR campaign for Exxon after Exxon had caused a lot of environmental destruction. Mosser had received the package that morning at his home at North Caldwell, New Jersey. He was in the kitchen with his wife and daughter when he saw the package, stepped into his office to open it, and as soon as he did, the bomb exploded. And upon opening the package, Thomas Mosser was killed. It seems that at this point, perhaps Kaczynski was getting frustrated with public sentiment regarding his bombings. I mean, the initial theory was maybe this guy's an airline mechanic who doesn't like planes. And then it was like, maybe he's just a guy who has gripes with colleges. So perhaps he targeted a computer store to further increase the idea he just doesn't like technology. But then the public theory became maybe the Unabomber just doesn't like people of education or things related to education. So now he's coming out of the woodwork. He's sending letters to the New York Times, he's establishing contact, and now he is directly targeting people who have a public image regarding conservation. This would be confirmed as shortly after killing Mosser, in April of 1995, Ted would send another letter to the New York Times. And by shortly thereafter, I mean 4 months. But 4 months is short in the Ted Kaczynski timeline. I mean, this guy would take like a year and a half to build one bomb. In this letter to the New York Times, Kaczynski says, again under the alias of a group known as the Freedom Club, that they will end their bombing campaign if the New York Times publishes a manifesto of beliefs held by the FC. Now, of course, despite knowing that this letter is coming from the Unabomber because of the authentication code, the New York Times was not going to immediately agree to whatever the terrorist is demanding. For those that don't really get the whole rule about we don't negotiate with terrorists, it's typically a bad idea to show the public that terrorism is successful. That if you cause enough noise and blow enough stuff up, eventually people will listen to you, because that can inspire like-minded thinkers. And two, believe it or not, terrorists have a habit of lying. So just because the Unabomber says that they'll quit blowing stuff up if the New York Times publishes a manifesto, that doesn't mean that they're actually going to stop blowing stuff up. While the FBI is combing over this letter for forensic clues, shortly thereafter, on April the 24th, Ted Kaczynski would send out his 16th and final bomb. This bomb was addressed to the former president of the California Forestry Association. The California Forestry Association is effectively a timber industry lobbying group, so they speak on the behalf of companies that want to come in and begin harvesting timber and wood from local land. Kaczynski had addressed the package to the former president, most likely not knowing that the president had recently retired. Nevertheless, the package wound up at the Forestry Association's office and was opened by a lobbyist who was working there at that time named Gilbert Murray. Upon opening the package, a massive explosion occurred and Gilbert Murray was killed. The explosion went off in the office building in downtown Sacramento, California, and not only terrified everyone in the building itself, but people from the surrounding streets who could hear the blast. The Unabomber was getting a lot scary. The Unabomber was getting scary. Not only had his past two explosives proved lethal, but he was getting really good at killing. The packages were so discreet that as long as mail carriers were running, there was a chance that the Unabomber could slip in. The bombs were getting bigger and more violent. Moving from parking lots to downtown office complexes. The tension was high as it had ever been, and it was about to get a lot worse just over a month later in June of 1995. Because in June of 1995, Ted sends another letter to the New York Times, stating this time that he was going to blow up a random flight that would be leaving the Los Angeles International Airport sometime around the 4th of July weekend. Now, Ted had absolutely no intentions of doing this. In his journal, he said he didn't have intentions of doing this, and in interviews later, he said he didn't have intentions of doing this. Ted's goal was to try to incite as much panic as possible to get what he wants. And a pretty easy way to cause panic is to threaten to blow up a random passenger jet during a holiday weekend. And keep in mind, this guy had put a bomb on a plane before. It's not out of his MO to do this. To give you an idea of how scared people were during this time, during negotiations between the FBI, New York Times, and the LA International Airport as to what to do, the United States Post Office Service suggested, what if we just stop mailing packages? Or at least stop mailing packages by air. Like, could you imagine that now? Like, if the post office just decided it was too risky to send packages by plane. The FBI and local law enforcement combed over everything in the LAX airport for a couple of weeks, watching every package that came through, watching every individual. And sure enough, the 4th of July weekend came and went, and no one blew up. But it represented the amount of control that Kaczynski had on the general public. He could just say that he was going to do something in an offhanded letter to the news, and it's like time stopped for a couple weeks. It had been apparent before, but it was especially apparent now that the Unabomber was one of the greatest threats plaguing the mind of the general American public. You can't travel and you can't even open your mail without fear of what this madman might do. So after this airport scare, when this manifesto arrives at the New York Times doorstep, the answer isn't as clear as they previously thought it was. Kaczynski had typed out 5 versions of this manifesto and mailed them out to different news agencies. Again, maintaining his claim that if he was to be published, he would stop the bombing campaign. Now, I'm going to talk in a different segment later about the specifics of what's in the manifesto itself. But all you need to know for now is that a lot of it was rather inflammatory. Like, there was a lot of sort of call to action, a lot of sort of negotiating with the public as to why violence is needed and why you should be violent right now. So on top of the typical fear of, letting a terrorist get his way, there's now the compounded fear that this may spur new people to act. The story was also all over the news at this point. The public knew that this Freedom Club, or Unabomber as the press were calling him, Secretary Janet Reno told the FBI to come to an internal decision and then report back to her with what they thought was best. You basically have to throw the promise that the bombings will stop out the window because you can't take the word of a terrorist at face value. But the one thing that might happen is if you take this manifesto, which everyone at the department had read it at this point, everyone, high ranking enough to make a decision at least, if you take This specific phrasing and wording and conviction that is used in a lot of the speech, and you show that at the front of every newspaper and news station in America, surely someone will recognize it. Because there's not that many people out there in the world who would be willing to commit these acts and also writes and sounds like this. After a lot of deliberation and a lot of back and forth, the FBI eventually decided that on the chance that someone may read this and it will lead to the capture of the Unabomber, it's worth it. I should also mention during this time period of deliberation where the New York Times didn't know if they wanted to, publish the manifesto or not, Hustler had mentioned that they will publish it if it will keep the Unabomber from causing any future bombings. A weird sort of martyr perspective of, oh, I'll be the controversial one, release the Unabomber's manifesto. As if that's the issue, as if the New York Times doesn't want to publish it because it may be taboo or tacky. The reason they're not publishing it is because the FBI is gonna give them their word on if they think it's the right move or not. But anyway, Hustler volunteered to publish it, and Kaczynski responded that if Hustler, again, this is all through letter, anonymous, if Hustler publishes it, Freedom Club reserves the right to place one more bomb. Like, as if the cost of Hustler, because it's not as reputable, is one more death, one more explosive. It's not funny, like we're talking about human lives and stuff like that, but you gotta laugh at something. So in late 1995, the New York Times publishes the Unabomber's Manifesto. The manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future, is a total of 33 pages that goes over everything from the reason technology is bad to the problems with current modern day politics and particularly leftism. There's like 10 pages dedicated to Kaczynski's despisal of leftists, as well as how technology saps away society's understanding of self and it takes our self-actualization from us. Again, we'll talk about it more later, but when you hear people in the modern age talk about, oh, well, it's crazy how much of a forethinker he was or how smart this guy was, mostly what they're referring to is Kaczynski's ideas that technology will eventually take away our social capabilities, or it will take away our bonds that make life so valuable in the first place. Which, for one, is big talk coming from a guy who isolated himself in a cabin for 20 years, but whatever. Again, we'll get to all that in a minute. But what it does show the public is that whoever's doing this isn't just some crazy person. Like, sure, you can assume there was some level of technical know-how that this one person or the they of the Freedom Club might have to actually assemble the bombs, but it removed any doubt that this person knows what they're doing, at least to some degree. And for a while, the FBI just had to hold their breath and hope that they made the right decision, that they didn't negotiate with the terrorist, throw out what he wanted to be said into the world, possibly inspire other terrorists. The FBI just had to hope they did what was right, and as it would turn out, they did, because the publication of the manifesto directly led to Ted Kaczynski's arrest. Let's backtrack a little bit and think about David and Linda Kaczynski. Again, Linda didn't care for Ted. She had never met him, and her one interaction was a very mean letter. But David still looked up to his brother. He hadn't seen him in a really long time, but he still aspired to gain his love and affection. Linda did not have such desire. She always thought of Ted as David's weird and annoying brother and left it at that. However, David had told Linda about a lot of the things Ted would talk about while they were growing up. Things about how society roots away the things that make us human, and how industry and industrial society as a whole will ultimately be our downfall. Now, David and Linda never really watched the TV. They didn't keep up with the news. Neither of them had ever even heard the word Unabomber until Ted Kaczynski reappeared back in like 93, and only then because it was on the front page of the paper they would read. So they didn't really care for it, just kind of kept it in the back of their mind until Ted sent that first letter to the New York Times. In it, the Freedom Club identified theirself as a group who was invested in preserving nature and, again, hated technological society. In that second letter, Ted had further expanded on his ideas, or the Freedom Club's ideas, of why society needs to suffer and why this level of action is necessary. And Linda heard these things and started to think about it and began to put two and two together. David has a brother who is harshly violent to anyone he doesn't know, and the only thing I do know about him is that he hates technology and he hates society. And now there is this person sending bombs in the mail that no one can identify who hates technology and hates society. So initially, Linda brings it up to David that she thinks Ted might be the Unabomber. David immediately brushes her off, says that Ted wouldn't do that, what are you saying, you don't know him like I do, etc. But over several weeks, Linda keeps bringing it up, but David keeps shutting her down. Eventually, Linda convinces David that when the Unabomber's manifesto is published, if it's published, that David needs to read it. And David agrees to this simply to appease Linda. The day it's published, David goes to get a newspaper, but it had sold out because everyone had wanted to read the manifesto. So he goes to the library to get their copy of it, but someone had pulled out the pages containing the manifesto. And right before David calls it quits and just tells Linda, I don't want to read it, this is stupid, whatever, he decides to go to the library and try out their computer, a thing which David had never used before. There's kind of like a poetic irony to Ted's brother had never touched a computer until Ted's manifesto made him go to a computer. Anyway, so David and Linda go to the local library and they pull up the manifesto and David starts to read it. And as he begins to read it, he starts to realize, I think my brother might be the Unabomber. He gets to the end of the manifesto and he doesn't know anything for sure yet. He just has a suspicion. So David goes home to see his mom and discuss it with her. And while there, he asks his mom if she has any of Ted's old writings. Sure enough, Ted's mom had kept boxes on top of boxes of letters and papers and journals that Ted had written all the way from high school till his time in college. And sure enough, in this stack of writings, David finds letters that Ted had written to local news establishments, to journals that he had kept for himself, to almost dissertations about why Ted despises technological society. And some of those were almost word for word the manifesto now in the New York Times. And I don't think enough people who talk about this whole story emphasize this point. Which I mean, it's a lot of people take the story of the Unabomber and just kind of portray it as a series of events, right? That's what a lot of true crime stuff is. It's just like, this happened here, this did that, and I've done that for most of this video. But one thing I want to emphasize is I have seen hours and hours of interviews with this guy, to listening to his writings, to listening to how he's treated people through his life. And I just want to say, I think David Kaczynski is a really good guy because he had a loyalty to his brother for years and years. And he knew that his brother was always kind of strange. He didn't get along with people. He didn't know the extent of it. Like he knew Ted was mean to women and he fired him for it. But he didn't know that Ted was thinking about murdering that woman, for example. But he always maintained a respect for his brother. He always stood up for his brother because he felt like his brother couldn't do it himself. He always talked about how smart Ted was, how much he wanted to be like Ted. But that never stood in the way of David doing the right thing. Again, like back when Ted worked for him at the job, he told him that he's his brother, he loves him, but he can't talk to women that way, and he fired him. And here, David's now confronted with the reality that his brother, the guy he's looked up to for years and years, is responsible for the murders of 3 people and the attempted murder of a whole lot more. So David goes to Linda and says, I love my brother, but I think he's the Unabomber, and we have to stop him before he hurts anyone else. So David hired a private investigator named Susan Swanson to check up on Ted's activities to further confirm his suspicions, and they also got an attorney to deliver a message to the FBI on their behalf. At this point, by the way, there was a hotline that you were to call if you suspected you may know someone related to the Unabomber, specifically after the manifesto went out. Because again, the FBI's hope was someone could identify the Unabomber based on that manifesto. And there was also a $1 million reward. So there were thousands and tens of thousands of people calling every day to say, hey, I think my ex-husband might be the Unabomber, probably check that out. Hey, I met this guy in 2nd grade who broke a laptop once. I think that's a solid lead. And David and Linda knew that it would be hard to get the FBI's attention, but they're pretty sure that Ted's the Unabomber. So they had the attorney do it to make it seem more official. To give you an idea, there were over 2,400 formal legitimate suspects on the FBI's docket to work through before they added Ted Kaczynski to that list. To get a second opinion, they had a former FBI analyst analyze the manifesto along with the letters that David had found. And this former FBI agent said that these things were a near identical match and he needs to go to the FBI immediately, which again further upped Ted on the level of suspects. Eventually, an FBI profiler working the case named James Fitzgerald took a look at the writings side by side and said they were almost certainly made by the same person. Another reason that David wanted to go through an attorney is he was afraid this would turn into a Waco or Ruby Ridge situation where the FBI show up and just shoot Ted, which given their track record, I mean, makes sense. Initially, David wanted to remain anonymous. He wanted to pass it off, give the information, and stay as far back from the case as he could, but then his name leaks somewhere within the FBI, so the FBI shows up to his house, asks more questions, gets more information, and David agrees as long as the FBI keeps the tip. So in other words, if this leads to an arrest, don't let the news know that David was the one who gave the tip. So as the FBI are trying to gather more information to get a search warrant, again, everyone at the department's pretty sure this Ted Kaczynski is likely their Unabomber given the writings. That's not a ton to work off of for a search warrant, but everything gets kicked into hyperdrive when in April of 1996, someone leaks the story to CBS News. Keep in mind, the public is super afraid of the Unabomber all the time, constantly. That's what the news is about, just 24/7. So it makes sense that CBS would want to immediately publish the story saying who the Unabomber is. But if Ted Kaczynski gets word of that before the FBI shows up, he could go on the run. So the FBI requests 24 hours before it hits the news circuit so they can be in place to arrest him before Ted can find out. In 24 hours, the FBI mobilizes an entire task force to go out to the hills of Montana and find a Montana judge to sign the search warrant. Now, the FBI had already made some forays into the area around Lincoln at this time. Their plan was to get a full mapping of the land of the area because they didn't know what Kaczynski was capable of. He could have explosives lined over that entire mountainside for all they know. They had had local neighbors of Ted's walk through the woods around Ted's property and take pictures to give back to the FBI. So effectively, they were trying to do everything slowly and methodically to make sure no one got hurt. But then when CBS has the story, they've got one day. A local sheriff's deputy and 2 FBI agents dressed in plain clothes and approached Kaczynski's cabin. In the woods surrounding the cabin, there were dozens of fully kitted out FBI agents, but the 3 agents or 2 agents and the sheriff's deputy who approached the cabin directly were dressed in regular clothes. They knocked on Kaczynski's cabin, and when Kaczynski cracked open the door to answer, they said that they were from the Nordic Drilling Company and that they were having a dispute regarding property lines. Kaczynski was apprehensive at first and told them to just go check the property themselves, but then they said a few of the markers were down and they need Kaczynski to come show them where his property line is. As Kaczynski begins to take a step out of the cabin, the officers grab him, throw him on the ground, and finally, on April the 3rd of 1996, the Unabomber is arrested. In the small cabin, among the effects that I mentioned earlier in this video, the police find the LC Smith Corona that Kaczynski had used to write all of the letters he would send to the New York Times, as well as over 40,000 journal pages written in everything from English to Spanish to code. These journals being the source of information that I've referenced throughout this video. However, the most alarming thing they found in the cabin was a small, square, sort of silver-wrapped package. And it didn't take long for the investigators in the cabin to realize that that is a bomb. And sure enough, after pulling it out and defusing it, Ted Kaczynski had fully put together another bomb. It had the battery in it, ready to go. It was not yet in a mailing package or have a label, and Kaczynski never said where it was supposed to go. But thankfully, David told the FBI when he did, because otherwise, someone else, or perhaps more people, likely would have died. That also further proves the point that it seems Kaczynski was lying about his whole, oh, I won't blow anyone up anymore, I'll be good, I promise. It was now the end of the longest and most expensive at that time case in FBI history, totaling over
16 years, and $50 million. So CBS ran the story, and as soon as it broke the news, immediately Ted Kaczynski was known, the public could rest easy, the Unabomber had been captured, but the detail that David was the one who ratted him out also got leaked. So that day, dozens of reporters and just onlookers showed up at David's house, all wanting the story on how he ratted out his brother. Which to David, who was already dealing with a lot of emotions, considering the fact he turned his brother in, has never set right with him. And from all the interviews I've seen, he is still troubled about to this day. Not that he feels he may have not made the right decision, just that he hates he had to make that decision in the first place. The first thing David put to mind as soon as Ted got arrested was he immediately decided Ted could not get the death penalty. For whatever he could help, he was going to keep his brother alive. Ted wanted absolutely nothing to do with his brother. He was already distant from David, regarding his marriage and all that, from years prior, but shortly after getting arrested, Ted asked his attorney, how they found me, and the attorney said that his brother turned him in, to which Ted replied, "No, that couldn't be. David loves me." And while David hears that as a point of sorrow, of like, oh, you betrayed your brother, or Ted thinks, oh, you betrayed me, I see that as a point of manipulation. Like, oh, David loves me, so even if he knew I did it, the question wasn't, oh, David found out. It's, no, David wouldn't do that because he knows better. It's always felt more bitter to me than I think David or a lot of people ascribe it. Ted was initially indicted on 10 counts of illegally mailing, transporting, and using bombs, although of course they added the murders and whatnot later on. Ted's initial lawyers wanted to use the insanity defense, but Ted immediately shut it down. Ted's plan was to use legal loopholes to say, oh, well, how are you going to connect those random pieces of wood and whatnot to me? All you have is circumstantial evidence. Even if the world knew that Ted was the Unabomber, he was going to use legal loopholes to get out of a conviction. His legal team thought that this would not work, and against his wishes, began to chase the insanity plea behind his back. See, Ted didn't want the insanity plea because, for one, that would wind up with a sentence in an institution, or, even if the institution's not a prison, it is still somewhere away from nature, which is not what Ted wants. So to him, institution or prison doesn't really make any difference. And two, even if the world knows he's the Unabomber, which either way, Ted knows there's no getting out of that. He will forever be associated as the Unabomber. Ted does not want those ideas to be discredited because he's crazy or because he's insane. He wants to maintain that he was proving a point. Upon hearing that his legal defense was still trying to chase an insanity plea, Ted asked if he could just represent himself and fire them. The judge turned this idea down. This was also after Ted had tried to get another attorney who said that he would represent Ted based on his anti-technology beliefs, and the judge also turned that down. So for one, feeling that he'll never be in nature again, which is, unlikely at this point, and fearing that everything he had worked so hard for would be discredited in court, that night, after having his appeal denied, Ted tried to hang himself. He was stopped by the prison guards, and for a while, his defense team tried to have him declared incompetent to stand trial. They brought up things like the Harvard experiment that I mentioned earlier, as well as his intense antisocial personality. But eventually, again, after everyone read the manifesto and saw that this guy is clearly not crazy, he was declared competent to stand trial, and the prosecution was looking for the death penalty. So on January the 22nd of 1998, Ted Kaczynski pled guilty to all charges, being sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was sent to the ADX Florence Supermax prison. During his time in prison, he ran into all sorts of 90s serial bombers and serial killers, like Ramzi Youssef or Timothy McVeigh. Initially, he was apprehensive about giving interviews to anybody. That was until people that he politically aligned with began to ask for his words or his advice. One of the first interviews he gave was to Earth First, the publication I mentioned earlier that he found himself aligning with. And from there, through several of the stories and accounts that he would give while in prison, is how a lot of the clues or pieces of the story or of his childhood became known. And most of the information I've presented to you in this video, at least about his life, of things that wasn't explicitly written down, and most of the information I've given you throughout this video was either from his journal or those interviews. So take them for what they're worth, as his interpretation of events. In 2006, most of the items from his cabin were sold at auction, and the earnings were given as restitution to the victims' families. David Kaczynski began various programs to give financial compensation to the victims and victims' families. And through this, David became very close friends with Gary Wright, one of Ted's victims. And to this day, the two seem to be very close and remain in touch. During his time in prison, Ted would write hundreds and hundreds of letters. He didn't like to talk to a lot of investigators or news reporters who wanted to speak to him. He would often remark that he was busy, funny enough. But the one thing he would do is he would write to people who wanted to write to him. This has gone a long way in portraying the Uncle Ted mindset that he now holds as his legacy, as several people see him as a guy who just wanted to save the earth and write to everyone who wanted to hear from him, when only one of those things is really true. One interviewer, when asking Kaczynski about his time in prison, said, "I asked if he was afraid of losing his mind, if the circumstances he found himself in now would break his spirit. He answered, 'No, what worries me is that I might in a sense adapt to this environment and come to be comfortable here and not resent it anymore. And I'm afraid that as the years go by, that I may forget. I may begin to lose my memories of the mountains and the woods, and that's what really worries me. And I might lose those memories and lose that sense of contact with wild nature in general. And I'm not afraid they are going to break my spirit.'" He would end the interview by saying anyone who shares his mindset should continue the good fight and never lose hope, because one day they might win. Ted Kaczynski would live for decades and decades within his prison cell. It seems he was just transferred from one 10 by 14 foot room to another. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with a form of bowel cancer and refused treatment. I mean, as you could imagine, it's not like the guy had a lot to live for. And then finally, in June of this year, Ted Kaczynski died. Funny enough, as I began research on this video, I got the notification that he was now dead. Reports say that his death was self-inflicted, but the reports also say that at the end of his life, he was in a ton of pain, and it was pretty much just a matter of time of when the cancer would take him. So it's likely that he put himself out of his own misery. So on June the 10th, 2023, Ted Kaczynski died at the age of 81 years old. And the legacy of the Unabomber has now become a pretty fickle thing. For one, it can be hard with stories of killers or terrorists to understand exactly what they were thinking. But lucky for us, we got 33 pages of it. And we'll get to that in a minute, but the thing I want to emphasize for now is Ted Kaczynski, as the title of this video implies, is held very differently in the cultural eye than most, terrorists. There's an altruism, there is a purpose ascribed to him that isn't afforded to most people who, kill other people for some political or religious agenda. He is uniquely favored and looked upon in a way that most serial killers aren't. Again, outside of weird, like Ted Bundy TikTok accounts. This description of an Uncle Ted, a guy who just wanted to take care of the trees and, had to kill a few people to do it, seems in stark contrast to the man we just talked about. And if you don't believe me, or if you're unfamiliar with the internet's belief or the idea that the internet zeitgeist has around who Ted Kaczynski was, just look at the memes. So as most of you are probably aware, at least those of you who are familiar with my channel, Ted Kaczynski has lived on in modern culture as almost an idea that is often separate from the man himself. The aspects of the actual bombing campaign, as well as his personal beliefs regarding people and whatnot, those have, I won't say forgotten, but been largely ignored by modern culture. The part that modern culture does remember is his belief regarding technology and his love and obsession with nature. Literally just the image of Ted's face, either his mugshot or the sketch of him with the hoodie and sunglasses, is now synonymous with anti-technology sentiment. Or not even anti-technology really, more so anti-corporate oligarchies, or anti-technology overriding the human condition. And to accurately portray what I mean by that, when I made this video, or before I made this video when I was in research for it, I sent out a tweet that said, "Reply with all your Ted Kaczynski, Uncle Ted / Unabomber memes. I need the best for the next video." And you all did not disappoint with memes like this that say, My friend's toddler babbled, "Don't forget to subscribe," as he was put to bed. Kid watches so much YouTube he thought it means goodbye, with the picture of Ted Kaczynski, talking about how technology is influencing children even in ways we may not realize. Girl on the bus, I let my intrusive thoughts win and dyed my hair blue. Me if I let my intrusive thoughts win. Ted Kaczynski, because all of our intrusive thoughts are about how technology is becoming too powerful and something must be done. As well as various memes that are just poking fun at the whole mail bomber concept, like my opponent in postal chest when I open with the Kaczynski gambit. Or this meme, a trade offer where you receive mail and nothing more. Several images of Ted's face with the TED Talk logo and the phrase "ideas worth spreading" were all in the replies of this tweet. You know, I'm something of an environmentalist myself. I don't want a job or a career. I want a nap and a small kiss on the forehead. Again, because Ted disagreed with the current structure of society, saying that we should rescind to ourselves and small community. Someone said that their wife did a watercolor of Ted's cabin and I should put it in the video. So here that is. It's very nice. Also, to all of you who are upset because I'm not including your names on this public video where you sent me funny jokes regarding a terrorist, you're welcome. Check your mail, Santa denier. This one of Ted out front of the cabin with the My Little Pony. Okay. This unsuspecting postal worker. There were so many things like this that I can't. There is so much cultural trauma to this image that I can't even start to explain it. Just, there it is. I am beginning to feel extremely hateful towards the world I live in. That's not even a meme. That's just a threat. Ted Kaczynski at Home Depot. I wonder what he'll make. Hey, you have just won a contest to get a free iPhone 11. Go check your mail right now. Do it. Of course, we have our lovely Valentine's Day cards. Memes of Soulja Boy being radicalized. Again, a lot to unpack here. Wow, this is your room? It's so cool. This is an actual picture from inside the cabin, by the way. A t-shirt that says "White Boy Summer." Vote by mail. Fitting. For those who are wondering why I'm laughing at this, if you're not familiar with like the lore of Kaczynski, it may seem insensitive to laugh at things related to, terror, someone who took people's lives. And you're probably correct, but I am laughing at the absurdity of it, that this is what culture has made this figure into. Because again, people don't really focus on Ted Kaczynski, the person. They focused on Ted Kaczynski, the zeitgeist. Ted Kaczynski, the idea. The idea or the image of anti-technological belief. It's not the terrorists that they're proliferating. It's the idea that society isn't working the way it's supposed to. Or perhaps that society is working too much in the way that it's supposed to. When the restaurant has a QR code for the menu. There's so many times that people replace Ted with Garfield. Again, this is too deep. This is its own lore video. Just go watch the Super Eye Patch Wolf video about it. Swallowable robotic pills will dispense antidepressants according to wirelessly broadcast schedules, helping workers receive medicine when they are under the most stress. It's also, if you haven't figured out, common to just have an image of Ted Kaczynski when society is doing something that is morally or just in general questionable. Because just the image of Ted Kaczynski invokes the feeling that society has gone too far, that there is some kind of stoppage that needs to occur to prevent this from continuing. During a 1994 blackout, LA residents called 911 when they saw the Milky Way for the first time. Self-explanatory. A tweet from Shoe on Head that says, "Have to download an app to control the thermostat in our apartment." wooden vlogger playset so that kids can pretend to be an influencer. Again, just copy paste, 50% opacity, Ted Kaczynski. Japanese men marry anime characters in a VR wedding. New advertising concept would turn the night sky into ads. People would see brands instead of seeing stars when they look up. Roll the clip of me saying the thing. If I look up into the sky at night and see like a McDonald's ad, I'm becoming a terrorist. So I have done the exact same thing. When one time I tweeted, our HP printer hasn't been working for a month and every manner of troubleshooting, resets, changing ink cartridges didn't seem to work. After calling HP, they said the debit card on file had expired, so they manually disabled our printer. In unrelated news, I'm now radicalized, and of course, I capped it off with a picture of Uncle Ted. Because people don't focus on the murders or the violence of Ted Kaczynski. They focus on the idea, or at least the idea we framed him within, that he was just someone who hated technology. And to that regard, who could blame him? Obviously, I don't consider all of technology illegal. I'm talking to you on a camera in the internet in front of a PC setup that I use for everything from entertainment to work, if we could call it that, and I enjoy it. I don't disregard that part of technology or consider it to be evil, but Ted Kaczynski did. So where is my alignment with this idea of what Ted was? Well, it's no question that society is getting more and more reclusive and more invested or religiously tied almost to technology each and every day. There are children who cannot go to school or cannot function normally unless they're holding an iPad. There are people whose entire understanding of social interaction is through online chats, and they consider that more important than the world that's actually around us. They're completely engrossed within the technological sphere. Science seems constantly concerned with degenerating the human condition to a triviality. I saw a tweet a while back about this new technology that was being made in prosthetics, that it hooks a neurochip effectively to your brain, and as your brain thinks something, it causes another piece of technology to move. Kind of like a wireless remote control that could be used to operate a computer by simply looking at it and thinking what you want the computer to do. And the reason this was being invented was for the use of prosthetics. Imagine how amazing it would be if someone who lost a leg could have a robotic leg attached that their brain could control the movement of. It is as close to a completely augmented recreation of a leg that we could probably think of. But as soon as that news got announced, it was immediately filled with tech investors talking about how cool it would be if we could use this to better advertise to individuals, or if we could use this technology to make even more entertainment readily available at our fingertips. I mean, there's talk every day of being able to control one's dreams, and of course, if that becomes a commodity, there's going to be advertisements placed within it. There's going to be different forms of entertainment placed within it. So we never have to have a moment of a natural thought or meditation to ourselves. And at the same time, I'm someone who gets violent if I see someone throw a water bottle out of a car window. It makes me so mad to see people litter and destroy the nature around us. Meanwhile, there's these multi-billion-dollar corporations who pump molten plastic into the oceans. If I love people and if I love the planet, of course I'm going to be mad. Who wouldn't be? And in a time period of people being mad, of people being so upset with what the technological world is doing around us, and there is a fear. Like, I believe in God. I believe in, that there is a greater promise of eternity and things like that. But I still believe that man's evils and consequences can be felt by other people. It's natural to be afraid of what some of these nut jobs in power are going to do. And at a time when that is such a common fear, when so many people feel powerless to stop the encroachment of humanity in favor for technology, this guy shows up and claims to be fighting for exactly what they're saying. So because of that, people kind of shed the ideas of what he actually did, or even the ideas of what he said. And instead, they just focus on the idea of someone who's just as mad as they are. So then the question persists. Is that what Ted Kaczynski was? Was he a person who
despised technology in all its aspects because he wanted what was best for the human race, because he loves nature so much and he wanted us to be secure in our humanity for millennia to come. Well, thankfully, we don't have to do that much speculation because, like other criminal cases where we kind of just have to guess what the motives were, Ted Kaczynski gave us a 33-page dissertation explaining just that. So, without further ado, let's talk about that manifesto. So originally I was going to record this segment outdoors because, Unabomber, nature, all that. But then I thought it would be a lot more funny and ironic to record it in front of a green screen of nature because, technology replacing trees, you get it. With a lot of criminal or serial killer cases, which I guess you could qualify Ted Kaczynski as, it's rare that we get a spelled out, or in this case, an actual cited record of what the killer was thinking. And the perpetrator's true motives and beliefs are left up to the debate of courtrooms and psychologists. But in this case, we got a whole dissertation. So if we're going to talk about the Unabomber and Ted's objectives and legacy, then it only feels fitting that we go over what he claimed his objectives and legacy to be. Originally, I had a whole typed out pseudo-intellectual, political, and social analysis of the themes he brings up, where his politics stand, how it relates to politics of the time, blah, blah, blah. But frankly, I'm not a political commentator and am terrified of being mistaken for one, if you couldn't tell by the Unabomber costume. So while I will mention the politics and beliefs of the manifesto, I'm mostly going to brush over them for the sake of discussing his actual objectives and reasoning for why he committed the actions that he did. I should also highly stress, for any YouTube moderators or federal agents that are watching this, I do not in any way support the beliefs or ideas that are mentioned in this manifesto. I am simply going over them for educational/entertainment purposes. If the hoodies and sunglasses suggest otherwise, no they don't. So with that out of the way, let's get into industrial society and its future. The first thing to note about it is I was not joking when I said that this is a doctoral dissertation. Not only
Is it formatted as one with an introduction that lays out the paper's thesis, as well as all of the supporting beliefs and narratives that are going to be discussed throughout the document. But each of the paragraphs are individually numbered, and the last 3 pages of the document are a bibliography that has works cited throughout the entire article. As a matter of fact, this was part of the reason that David was able to identify his brother as the Unabomber, because David knew that Ted had done a doctoral dissertation. So Ted lays out the thesis for this. So Ted lays out the thesis for this manifesto in the opening paragraph, which is also undoubtedly the most famous part of the entire work. The industrial undoubtedly lays out the thesis. So Ted a doctoral dissertation. So Ted lays out the thesis for this. So Ted lays out the thesis for this. So Ted lays out the thesis for this manifesto in the opening paragraph, which is also undoubtedly the most famous part of the entire work. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering even in advanced countries. Through the rest of the introduction, Ted expands on this, saying that technology will ultimately lead to society and humanity's downfall, and that it is humanity's job to ensure that technology is destroyed before we ourselves are, and that his specific reasons for this will be discussed throughout the document. However, and this is the first part about the manifesto that no one brings up, anytime you hear someone talk about it, they mention the Industrial Society opening and the fact that Ted predicted a lot of what society and technology is today, despite this being written in 1995. But there is an absurd amount of this document dedicated to describing the problem with current society and politics, which Ted mostly pins on leftist. The name of the second section of the manifesto is The Psychology of Modern Leftism, which begins in paragraph 6 with, "Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism. So a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general." Through the first few pages, Ted just describes how leftism is a manifestation of society's issues. That because they have no real problems, they constantly ally themselves with those that they perceive have real problems. Ted describes this as a sort of minority worship, of how leftists always want to find a group of people that they may not be connected to, but want to represent in the society that they hold so near and dear. He even goes as far as to say that those leftists that seem to be rebellious or punk against the system are actually just taking moral values that the majority of society has and then broadcasting them loudly, claiming to be the counterculture when in reality they're just the culture, if dressed and behaving differently. Saying that leftists project themselves onto quote-unquote losers because according to Ted, inside they feel like a loser. And that this can be seen in a lot of their protests and demonstrations. It is always a form of martyrdom. It is always a laying down on the spear. Rather than fighting back, they want to be the first to get ran over. Now, I want to point out, once again, just because I'm reading it off the page does not mean that I subscribe to any of this. I also know there's going to be a lot of either leftists who see this and get mad that these are his opinions, or there's going to be a lot of right-wingers that see this and be cheering on, agreeing with everything Ted's saying. To both sides, I want to emphasize that these are the words of a serial bomber who killed a lot of people. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock in what he has to say, one way or the other. Ted says that one of the primary causes of leftism in modern culture is something known as over-socialization. And this is the first step that kind of points us towards the actual objective of the manifesto. He describes over-socialization in paragraph 24 when he says, psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. From there he leads into what I discussed, saying that they're actually part of the culture they claim to be countering. He spends a while talking about how this can be seen through the way that leftists take minorities, is the examples that he used, and wants them to be rapidly integrated into white society. In other words, Ted is saying that leftists don't actually care about other people's cultures or beliefs, they just want everyone to be integrated into their own beliefs. So why all this conversation about politics in a document he sent to the New York Times that is supposed to explain why he's sending mail bombs? Well, he starts to tie leftists back into his greater point in paragraph 32 when he says, the problems of the leftists are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. Effectively, Ted is saying that trying to integrate people into a flawed system is a flaw within itself. So why is the system flawed? Why doesn't the system work according to Ted? And he begins to explain that in his next section, which goes over something that Ted calls the power process. Ted states that it is a fundamental need of humanity to work for the objectives they obtain. Otherwise, human beings develop a sense of worthlessness. He gives an example of this in paragraph 34 when he says, consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power. But leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Fundamentally, this is a point that we can probably all agree with. If you were to work for something you want, let's say a car, for example, if you were to work for a car, then there would be more satisfaction at the purchasing of it, as well as more careful upkeep and investment in the car as time goes on. But on the other hand, if you were just given a car that you had never sought after and had never really thought about obtaining to any particular degree, then it would just be a thing that you have. It's significantly more satisfying and important, as Ted lays out, if you work for what you get. So what happens when people don't work for the things that they receive? Well, they begin to create what Ted refers to as surrogate activities. In other words, if you don't need to work to achieve something, then you're going to invent something that you need to work for. If your fundamental needs like food and shelter are met, then you'll move into needs like love and family. And then if those are met, you'll move into needs like status and possessions. Basic Maslow hierarchy of needs stuff. But what happens when pretty much everything's met and it can all be obtained with relative ease? That's when, according to Ted, we begin to create surrogate activities, of which he lays out in paragraph 40. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence and, most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally. He ends the section by saying, many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Effectively, because we don't take up a great deal of concern, or it doesn't take up a lot of our time, at least 90% of the population, where our food comes from, where our housing comes from, and these are things we sort of take for granted, the things that we actually do work and strive for are things that would otherwise be meaningless, like fulfillment of the arts, playing an instrument, or betting on a sports team, or politics. Things that we ourselves invest importance in, but intrinsically have no value. I also want to make something clear right now. So a lot of people will get this far in the manifesto, or they'll read this much, and it begins to cultivate this idea that Ted is some kind of great philosopher or some kind of great voice when it comes to morality and society and what have you. And as someone, I'm not saying this to sound cool or smarter than you or whatever, but just objectively, if you've read other political works, what Ted's doing here is nothing special. There hasn't been a point yet where he describes any solutions or any abstractions that he has made from how society works. He's simply pointing at things out on a board. People get bored, so they invest time into things that don't matter to their biological well-being. Duh. There's nothing wrong with this in essence. He's establishing groundwork for points that he will later make, but just because he's using big words and talking about society as if he is some arbiter of it doesn't mean he's actually saying anything that impressive. Right now, he's just laying out bullet points. From there, he describes autonomy and how some people need to have more autonomy in their environment than others. Some people are comfortable just going with the flow and existing as society or those around them intend, and others need to be in control and from experts and talking about society later make. But just this, people get bored, so they is nothing special. There hasn't been a point yet where he describes any solutions or any abstractions that he has made from how society works. He's simply pointing at things out on a board. People get bored, so they invest time into things that don't matter to their biological well-being. Duh. There's nothing wrong with this in essence. He's establishing groundwork for points that he will later make, but just because he's using big words and talking about society as if he is some arbiter of it doesn't mean he's actually actually saying anything that impressive. Right now, he's just laying out bullet points. From there, he describes autonomy and how some people need to have more autonomy in their environment than others. Some people are comfortable just going with the flow and existing as society or those around them intend, and others need to be in control of every possible aspect of their lives. And that kind of exists on a spectrum, with most people falling somewhere in the middle. The first inference that Ted makes is that the reason society exists this way, that a lot of people follow meaningless activities that, as Ted sees, have no real satisfaction, is of course because of industrial society. He highlights this at the beginning of paragraph 45 when he says, "Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in a modern industrial society, they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is." In the next paragraph, he adds, "We attribute," also, I should mention, Ted is writing this as if he is Freedom Club, again, the group of radicals, so there's no I's in here. He's referring to we, as in FC, just to let you know, in case you get confused by the we. "We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions." So the reason that these problems, as Ted has identified them as, persist in modern society is because technology has paved the way for it. Effectively, our core values are eroded away because we don't need them as much when so much is provided for us. And of course, as Ted sees it, this is a detriment. Also in paragraph 50, he mentions conservatives for one of the only, I believe, 2 times in the entire manifesto, when he simply states, "The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological process and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values." Basically saying that the right is stupid for caring about traditional values and then implementing technologies that do away with them. While he harps on the left a whole lot more in this piece than he does the right, here he clarifies that his own politics do not lie in the right at all. Instead, he sees all sides as the issue because they all build up technological society, which is the real villain. In paragraph 51, he says that technology ruins every small community that would otherwise exist out of necessity. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community. Because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. So in other words, if your personal group or community, religion, what have you, does not align with the overarching goals of technological society, then it can't be allowed to exist. Because loyalty to the system is paramount if the system is to succeed. He goes on to speak about how this power process has been eroded through the years, how the life and values of someone from, say, the frontiers age is drastically different than they are today. Because fundamentally, the pioneers knew that what they were doing had some end. It was a satisfaction of their need to work to obtain something. Whereas nowadays, any work that we do is mostly trivial, again, for the vast majority of the population. He then goes into a lot of the details about how social systems have different types of autonomy we can maintain, from kind of groups that we insert ourselves into, to things like relationships that we have more autonomy in, but effectively that the more important a function is, the less we're allowed to act on it. Basically that the majority of people nowadays are more concerned about their social status or their achievement in a sport or political realm rather than where their food comes from or how their shelter was built which according to Ted, this is again a detriment to the human condition. In paragraph 66, he summarizes this by saying, today people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with rules and regulations. And techniques prescribed by experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. In other words, society has regulated us into channels that we are allowed to climb the ranks in, but if we want to do anything outside of those channels, good luck. He really doubles down on this in paragraph 69 when he says, when he says, it is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him. Disease, for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it is the fault of some imaginary, impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the result of chance, but are imposed on him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. For one, I think it's wild that he's like, yeah, you know what? Before technology, people died of diseases, but that's on them. He argues this is better than the alternative when most of the issues we face are done by people that we otherwise have no control over. The examples he uses are things like war or nuclear annihilation or losing one's job at a corporation that the bosses are so big that you never communicate with them, of economy collapsing, etc. Ted argues it would be better for us to suffer through everything else than to deal with problems created by men that we will never contact. So far in the manifesto, Ted has mostly said things that aren't really opinions, so to speak. Like, sure, the way he labels things is an opinion. Like, for example, right there when he implies that primitive man could face death stoically. Like, that's, of course, an opinion, but the overall framework of that statement can't be argued with. In the modern age, we don't worry about disease, but we do worry about things that other people create. And it is true that before technology, they didn't really have to worry about that, but they did have to worry about like diseases and animals attacking a lot more than we do in the modern age. And with the other statements he's made so far, that, you know, obviously in today's age, we don't care that much or don't put as much effort into where food comes from. We're not cultivating the ground or scavenging every day. Instead, most of that is through channels that are relatively easy to work our way through. Society has set itself up in such a way that we can obtain these things. Now, while myself and most people would argue this is a good thing because it means that society is catered towards a higher survival rate and whatnot, Ted is saying the opposite, that because these things are so easy to obtain, we take them for granted and ultimately lose a part of ourselves. While that construction of the narrative you can certainly disagree with, you can't disagree with the assertion that it is easier to get things nowadays than it was several hundred years ago. Or that generally in the modern age, we concern ourselves with more surrogate activities than a peasant farmer would have in the Middle Ages. All of these are objective truths that Ted is just framing into a certain narrative. However, in paragraph 72, we get his first real inference that, in my opinion, differentiates with the beliefs of a lot of common day people. But Ted is construing it to be an objective truth
along with the other things he has mentioned. In 72, he says, modern society is in certain respects extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. And again, this is framed like everything up until this point has. That, oh, well, society just cares about the things that matter, and, you know, the elite or what have you are the ones who are controlling our daily lives, and we can only concern ourselves with the unimportant things, like religion, or as he phrases it, who you go to bed with. And this is the first matter that I can wholesale deny. I am infinitely more concerned with my God and my wife than I am about what bureaucrat is currently sitting in office, or if red team or blue team is winning whatever debate or election it is this year. Now, is part of that because all of my memories exist in a post 9/11 America, when regardless of what promises or virtues are held by people in office, inevitably all that happens is government gets more constraining, and money that is paid in good faith to the government ultimately goes towards the establishment of more power and the murder of people. people who I have never met in countries that I will never go to. Perhaps. I understand that I myself am especially nihilistic to several of the things that Ted is implying to be important here. I mean, again, look at what I'm wearing. And yes, his definition of important here is in reference to what is important to the system. Obviously, the system, the governments, the powers that be or whatever, don't care about, what I believe in or who I marry, but I certainly do. So therefore, even if I was given free reign, that I had full agency in every aspect, I would still concern myself more with things like religion and marriage. But Ted doesn't frame it that way. This is the first instance of him projecting his opinion as the truth. And even if you agree with this notion of importance, he's going to do it more as the manifesto continues. He goes on to describe how life is a succession of stages, how we are supposed to go from a time of learning to a time of strength, of a time of building, to a time of family, and eventually a time of overlook, or a time of being a mentor before our life ends. But that in the modern age, people, because they are not satisfied with the lives that they have lived, because they have not fulfilled that power process, everyone is obsessed with staying in the phase of their life that they're currently in. This is what things like midlife crises develop from. People not feeling that their life has been enough, so they have to hold on to every inch of life they have. For example, people constantly trying to look younger, people constantly staving off getting married, settling down, or things that are supposed to come later in life, etc. He goes on to say that a lot of people adjust to this lack of a power process through things like consumerism. That in modern culture, we ascribe so much wealth or so much status to our wealth that people value the vehicle they drive or the clothes that they wear more than they do actual merit or virtue. He says that these people aren't necessarily wrong or evil by any means. They are just a victim of the society that has taken away their agency and instead given them shiny toys to play with. He also says, aside from consumerism, another way that people cope with the lack of autonomy is tying themselves in to greater agencies or bodies that they actually have no control in. He outlines this in paragraph 83 when he says, "Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or an organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement or organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely." The example he uses for this is the attack of Manuel Noriega, and how the United States people supported the invasion of Panama because they allied themselves with the goals of the United States government. So when the government got what it wanted, Americans felt like they got what they wanted, even though it was a belief that was impressed upon them, according to Ted, and in reality, they didn't do anything to achieve it. However, the cracks with this ideology start though when Noriega and not gone through of the need for power, the lack of autonomy. He also says, aside from consumerism, another way that people cope with the lack of autonomy is tying themselves in to greater agencies or bodies that they actually have no control in. He outlines this in paragraph 83 when he says, "Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or an organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement or organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely." The example he uses for this is the attack of Manuel Noriega, and how the United States people supported the invasion of Panama because they allied themselves with the goals of the United States government. So when the government got what it wanted, Americans felt like they got what they wanted, even though it was a belief that was impressed upon them, according to Ted, and in reality, they didn't do anything to achieve it. However, the cracks with this ideology start to show in paragraph 86. "But even if most people in industrial technology society were well satisfied, we, the Freedom Club, would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals." Here, Ted outright admits that if the satisfaction people get is not in line with what he thinks satisfaction to be, that it's pointless and he doesn't care. Ted defines real goals here as things that matter to society and therefore we should care about. But what if, frankly, we just don't care about it? What if religion or relationships are more important to us than, again, society's greater workings? Ted says that wouldn't matter to him because he still considers it demeaning. But who is he to say what is demeaning to me? Of course, his counterargument to that would be, I don't know what I find demeaning because I'm so brainwashed by modern society. But this has existed outside of modern society. There have been plenty groups of people in, pre-industrial times who have been more interested with either, again, their religion or their relationships than monarchies or trade or economy. Wanting to do something outside of the greater working of society isn't something that's just indicative to a post-industrial revolution world. Ted is once again presenting his opinion as the authority on the matter. He then spends a while discussing how scientists in the modern age, even though they claim to be working for the greater good of humanity, often are just working for their paycheck, their status, or their legacy, and aren't actually concerned with what humanity's future is, or for any crusade of righteousness. That scientists don't actually care how humanity does, they care how they themselves do. Which, again, is Ted imposing his beliefs of what he thinks they're doing onto the entire system. And sure, while this can be true in several cases, and I think we can all agree that not every scientist in the world is working for the benefit of humanity as a whole, we can also agree that the entirety of scientists are not some evil overlord looking to maintain humanity's current course as more and more reliant on technology as some kind of hive mind. But hearing Ted describe it that way does make a lot of sense as to why he picked the targets he did: random geneticists and engineers. In paragraph 94, Ted qualifies what this freedom that he is so concerned with actually means to him. He says, by freedom, we...
Alright, I'm coming back tomorrow.